under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Commissioner Commissioner Williams, would please lead us in prayer.
Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for this day that you have granted us. Father, be with us as we do the business of Mills County. Guide us and direct us in all our actions. And Father, please bestow some much needed rain across our county. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Okay, good morning again, everybody. We have a full group here. Commissioners, audience of individuals. I don't see anybody to speak. So moving on to number 4, review and act on accounts payables. Commissioners, you have your, pardon?
Minutes.
I'm sorry, minutes. I'm sorry, I skipped the minutes. I just couldn't wait to get there. I'm sorry, number 2, review and act on minutes of August 7th, 2023.
Make a motion to approve the minutes.
Okay, motion's been made by Commissioner Wright to approve the minutes of August the 7th. And second's been made by Commissioner Head. Any other comments or discussion? All those in favor of approving the minutes of August 7th, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it. Now, number 3, audience of no individuals. I still see nobody here to speak today.
Okay, one second chance.
Second chance. Number 4, review and act on accounts payables.
I have a few questions.
Yes, sir.
I think the big one is back toward the back. I get the right page here. On page 15.
Okay, page 15, commissioners.
Little bit explanation of why there's 2 credit cards, one going to Clint Hammonds and one going to our card services for $2,200 a piece, and it's been $300. It says room and board on that. Has anybody done any research? They checked on that?
I have,
Okay.
we should. Sheriff Hammond was here, but, my understanding is that was for a sheriff's conference, and that was extremely expensive motel rooms, and there was 2 of them. First, I thought maybe it was a duplicate, but there's 2 separate charges.
So there's 2 pieces, what you're saying?
One room was charged to the credit card and it's asking to be reimbursed for the second room.
But the other one is the county credit card though.
Correct.
One's a county credit card, but we also have a Mills County credit card usage policy. We also have a employee handbook that says rooms cannot exceed over $200 a night unless they're pre-approved. And then it goes to $250, so $250 has nothing to do with $2,300.
So was this, how many nights was this? 3?
I understand it's 3.
There's copies. The Commissioner Pardon read, I'll read from the employee handbook, which has been brought to my attention on 2C-3 lodging. The maximum amount the county will pay for accommodations is $200 per night. Anything over $250 will have to get prior approval from the Commissioner's Court. And the first night was about $1,100. So I wish Sheriff Hammonds was here to answer some of these questions. I don't have any other answers to some of this.
So the first night was $915.
I don't even understand the difference in nights. Somebody said maybe because it was Saturday night, Friday night, Saturday night, but
Well, the other thing is it's a conference, so that means that he didn't get the conference rate. The conference rate usually means you get this rate for this all 3 nights. So that means he didn't register with the conference rate. So that's one thing that I'm noticing on this. And so it sounds like he didn't pre-book it, so he just showed up, and so.
all 3 nights were way above the limit.
Here, pass it down.
Well, of course, he's wanting reimbursement on his own personal credit card, I'm figuring, and the other one is our courthouse credit card, which has to be paid right away. Correct?
Well,
I mean, soon.
we can pay it, the courthouse credit card, I mean, we gotta pay the courthouse credit
Yeah.
card, but we could require reimbursement
Yes,
from that person that used it that overspent from that, from our policies, what you just read.
yes.
Can we get, Gerald, can we get your input on that legally?
Well, I mean, I don't know why you have a handbook if you're not gonna follow it. And I suspect this is not an emergency situation, so if we get easy enough to come to the court and get it approved before the fact. I'm sure the county credit card account has to be paid, so the county is ultimately liable for that. As far as reimbursement, I don't know, that's up to you guys. The handbook anticipates exceptions for obviously, but it requires to come to the board and ask for reporting, not just charging and pass along the bill to the county in direct violation of the handbook. So, and maybe the handbook needs to be revised.
And it may do, but I don't know if we need to revise it to $915 though. That's my thing.
Well, actually, first,
I think it's $200 probably on the low end, of most hotels, especially the city. It probably needs to be more than increased. Because that what you're all about. I mean, I think you got to make it count before the reimbursement. That's up to you. I mean, if it's the county, it's probably county expense, it's got a verification. Then I guess it needs to be reimbursed.
I was hoping someone from the sheriff's,
But the handbook says that you're to come to the court and ask for pre-approval before you do that. And I don't know the sheriff's not here, nobody else here at the sheriff's office as usual. But this probably was booked for some time before it happened. And it would have been easy enough for the sheriff to come and ask for pre-approval instead of just doing it. Maybe the recourse on that, maybe you ought to get the credit card back. I don't have a county credit card.
And I'm in fact ready to do that, take out the credit cards. We're not in this position anymore.
Well, this is a huge, this is.
I think it's,
$5,000 worth of bills.
well, and there's another one in here for a little better than 1,000 for a different deal from jailers, so. You know, in 1 month, you're looking at $6,000 or better on motel rooms.
This County Attorney Hale said, I wish someone from the sheriff's department was here. I reached out to Sheriff Hammonds last week, told me to be here. I hadn't heard anything else since. I don't know if anybody else has heard anything from anybody, but I don't know where anyone is to get any more information.
We're welcome to know that he's going to pay for this, so
Yeah, that's the other issue, but
it is budgeted, there's $6,000 for schools and training, and so.
so it's in the budget. For that's one.
But
The money to pay it, just to be told me whether you want to set a precedence for that, that's all. That's all.
But at the same time, we do line item transfers. And we just approved $32,000 so that they can pay payroll.
Overtime.
Or overtime.
This was looking at time sheets, so.
So. It's a
County
mismatch.
credit card needs to be paid.
Yeah, I agree.
Nothing we can do, but I do,
It's
but I
not-
do think if it's possible, it needs to be reimbursed.
We'll never do it.
Well, here's the thing, one's his personal credit card. So if we just paid the county credit card and not paid the other, you're not out as much money.
Or pay the county credit card and then reimburse for $250 per night on the other card.
I wouldn't do that at all.
Well, if you did $250 a night for both rooms for all 3 nights, I mean, you only look at $2,000.
Yeah, so you're only over, you're only
Or
losing,
14,
you're
well,
only losing $300,
right.
or the other way is.
But then again, that don't go by the policy. It says $200 a night or $250
Yeah.
per hour for. So, you know, if like I said, if you're gonna have these things,
Yeah.
go buy them, otherwise get rid of them.
Okay,
We search around, try to find cheap rooms to stay in, so.
I find cheap rooms to stay.
I thought we have to go by our policy. If we have policy in place, we have to.
I agree.
And if we want to change the policy, let's get it changed. But right now, it hasn't been changed. I agree with all of them.
Yeah, I agree.
On that part, that ain't motion, because I don't think we're through with the payable.
The other charge in here for 1,000, what was
I
that?
don't know, it just says jailer expense, motel rooms and jailer conference. 11,
So I think that's for me. It's either for Amanda or for Clint to go to Taylor's conference.
It's just one person.
Page 11.
Page 11 is where it is.
11,
Yeah, toward the bottom.
down the bottom. Third one, fourth one from the bottom. The third one from the bottom,
Is it the credit card expenses?
just says expense.
Card Service Center, bottom right.
Well, then that means it's already happened.
Says jailer expense.
So that wasn't the same conference. I'm guessing.
There's various conferences in the next day. And I can't tell if they're on who's credit card or something. So. you need to make it work.
Well, I agree with Commissioner Wright. We need to follow our policy, which is, again, I've already read.
And also, if we're having problems with those credit cards and different individuals, maybe we ought to look at their policy about pulling our.
Yeah.
Credit cards out.
Does that need to be an agenda deal, the
Yeah.
H&A credit card?
Yes, we have to do it again.
Yeah, we could do it next week. County Attorney Hale, any other comments?
I don't have any more comments.
Okay. Commissioners, what do you want to do on the payment on this?
Do we want to go through the rest of them and then
Well, sure, you go, the things, sure, I mean, go ahead.
on page 2, it says Mills County Judge Sports Food Store.
Hang on a second, page 2, what now?
The Swartz Food Store, non-departmental expense, Mills County Judge, $194.34.
Where's that on page 2?
That charge is something that stores, and I don't know what it is, it's not a detail.
Oh, right here. I don't know what that is. I hadn't been there getting anything.
Coffee.
Oh, is it coffee for a break room? That's what it'd be.
Coffee,
Guy Burnsman's gotten that.
Sugar.
Yeah,
Franklin.
coffee, sugar, all that.
So the $1,006 is a hotel reservation.
That wasn't me getting a brisket.
Well, I was just thinking they get pretty good stock of coffee and sugar. The other thing on page 10, that's on, yes, that's on the unified. Vehicle registration for the 16 Durahall. That's a weird.
You might want to add, but. Light Saturday. Sure. Here.
What do you know? What'd you ask?
On the Mills County Vehicle Registration Road and Bridge Special Disbursement says 2016 Durahall, I guess. 5325, that's not a registration amount.
Inspection. It's an inspection.
No,
It shouldn't be 5320.
no, inspections one brother.
No.
Page 10 under
Yeah.
Mills County Vehicle, yeah.
Page 10.
page 10, vehicle registration.
It should be vehicle registration, but I took it in to get
That's
inspections.
tax.
It shouldn't be 5325.
That's new license plates on your here.
It shouldn't matter.
That's all I'm, yeah, the road and bridge. Yeah.
I mean, that'll be 750.
No, that's for inspection.
$7.
$7 for the inspection,
Yeah.
but you gotta get tags.
The one on pipe. What you done for it, it should be 7, just like Beta.
What else did you have before? And we'll get back to Sheriff Hammond's.
That's,
Well, so you go looking that up, hang on.
Here it is right here. Registration, the bill says $53.
but I didn't think we paid that.
Registration fee $15, local fee $11.50, inspection fee $22, processing and handling $4.75.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, we can go back to this other.
Okay, is that all the other questions on accounts payable before we go back to Sheriff Hammond? Sheriff Hammonds, good morning. Glad you could make it. The question was brought up on accounts payable about your trip to the sheriff's conference and the two charges, one for nearly $2,300, one for $2,247 at the conference, which seemed very excessive for rooms at $900 something a night. And you probably know about our policy up to $250. And can you just tell us what happened or what was going on or?
All the rooms got locked out, that's where you want to take it, and go down to chapter 59, but it doesn't affect the local building. So that was for the 2 officers.
Well, our handbook says that anything over $200 has to come before Commissioner's Court before approval per night.
Okay. I'm just telling you that under chapter 59, we're allowed to use that money. Rather than school.
But so you're saying that you're not gonna follow our handbook?
You're an employee handbook,
Yes,
you're not an employee.
yes, we are,
Okay.
but we're still employees, we still get a paycheck. All of us had to sign off on the employee handbook.
Well, the question I had just seen excess of that $900 something dollars. You said you got there late to get the block rate special. That's what happened.
Correct.
Who's other deputy with you or who else went? Chapman. So we didn't get any of the good rates normally that get at the Omni Hotel.
These conferences open block so many rooms,
Yeah.
and if you miss the block, there's that.
Well, I know one was on the courthouse credit card and then one you paid on your personal deal. One weren't both put on the same courthouse credit card.
Because they didn't increase it like we did around the court previously. So there was no increase in credit.
I can't get an increase. I have to apply to the bank and the bank has to apply to the credit card and then won't give us an increase.
What is the limit on that credit card?
What is the name on it?
No, what's the limit?
Oh, I think this is 5,000.
That bills up to the pay it off. That goes against 5,000. In other words, if I go down and charge or pay with my credit card until you pay that bill, that goes towards that 5,000.
Right. That's not very expensive, yes.
Well, that's the question I had, just, you sent me one for reimbursement, then we had one on the company or courthouse credit card. That just seemed very excessive for the rooms that night. nearly $1,000.
You like to do the text, I asked the district attorney while I went there,
District who?
district attorney, I visited with him about it.
Well, I mean,
Like the funds from chapter 59.
well, what does that have to do with this?
But make sure that he was comfortable with it as well, because those funds. You're able to pay for hotels, training, equipment and all that. So that's the reason why. We went that way.
So what I'm saying, you had time to call the district attorney, but you didn't have time to follow the handbook for the county and ask us for permission.
What are the chapter 59 for?
They are asset forfeiture funds that are receiving money, and they're on, there's a district attorney.
Yes, it has.
We sent it those along, sure. Well. We've talked about that before. In my own opinion, those funds are not even subject to supervision by the court. If those are the funds and you pay them, that's what we sheriff and district attorney. I've made that comment before. I understand that basically what they do when they put that on the agenda, it's just to make it a report that those funds are being used while they're being used. I don't believe that the actual use of those funds is something to control.
Okay,
There's a very general opinion.
Yeah. well, if that's the case. I mean, we're gonna follow the law, so,
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a completely different situation.
Okay.
Those are funds being used. Follow me on that. That's what you're-
I understand, to take up the credit cards.
Yeah.
Take up the credit cards.
We have to put that on the agenda for next week, but I'm. for-
Well, it's.
No.
Yeah, it's, I think we should pay it because it is.
So you would-
Know that, and change it because you didn't have money in that fund, this is paid for. Because I can come out of some where it is, which is so like when you start anything with line.
okay.
Or do you have funds in that account paid?
It's not.
Those funds are generated at that point.
Yeah,
And the other one that he has, no, he did not have money on the sheriff or he did not have money in the account, the bank account to pay for it. So I'm moving it over to Fund 38, which is still special use fund that's generated from, civil process and he does have. Like, he's accumulating funds and he's probably out of the clerk's office for.
Well, we're talking about apples and oranges here. Right? If the money is coming from those orange funds, then that's strictly up to the district attorney and the sheriff. Because then-
Not coming out.
If it's
Okay.
not, we'll then go back to where we started.
so the question is, it's possibly our District 59 funds, but is the money there to do it? No,
There wasn't, and that's why I called Melissa on Thursday and told her that situation and asked her to communicate with Clint. And I don't know whether it's asking. So it's coming out of Fund 38, which is still one of these.
How much is this address that for?
You have $13,000 in the bank account, but you have zero money. Budgeted for school expenses and that.
There's nothing.
You have $0 budgeted for schools and training and that.
The budget in material in chapter 59. So, I mean, do we have chapter 59?
Yes, but you have not, you don't have an expense line. And it is still material into the process of the budget, otherwise why make a budget if we're not gonna follow? And so I moved it over to another one of the discussions, where it does have money, it does have expense training, we still have say over how those funds are spent. That doesn't change. I just moved it to where if he does have an expense budget, which will be taken, it was like $6,000 more.
I'm gonna say it again. The commissioner's court has no control over how
Sure.
chapter 59 funds are spent.
Good.
Period. Now, whether this is chapter 59 funds were used to pay this, I don't know, that's the book.
Yeah,
But if it is chapter 59 funds, that's from the sheriff and the district attorney.
sure.
This special use fund is called Sheriff's Special Use Fund. If you look in your little booklet, it'll tell you about how special use funds are generated. And so
Okay,
it's usually by, I think it comes out of Swan's office when they're not in JP's office when they get fees for serving papers, something like that. I think that's how they make their money for that. For that one.
well, while we're doing this, is Paul,
Fees, service fees, citation fees are completely different.
Yeah.
Why can we not pay the county credit card?
I suggest, and this is what I suggest, this is my recommendation based on what we're dealing with. You pay both of them, because they're special use funds, that's how he's presented it. If you wanna change the situation which we're in, you can change the policy about credit cards, or change the policy about hotels, or both. That's my recommendation. on how you change this.
But if they change the policy, it doesn't really matter because it doesn't cover 59 funds. So he can use, I mean, he can do whatever, he can go to Hawaii for that matter, if
If you take the
district
credit
attorney.
cards, people will be more careful about how they spend money because it's on their dime. And if that's how. he wants
I'm
to
kind
spend
of shocked. I mean, he already left, so I don't know, but I
That's
mean,
what he needs to- I guess, and he feels like that's a good and responsible way to do it, and I think we should pay it.
I concur with the comments from Treasurer Campbell and County Attorney Hale. If it's way out what I'm hearing, I think we need to pay it.
Well, we got, it's a special account, so.
Yeah. Commissioners, any other comments?
well,
Just one, I mean, if we're gonna set up here and create $32,000 in funds. So that they can pay overtime, we don't need this kind of charges. All the money is still the county's.
Mhm.
But we do not control what he's paying, is,
Correct. And then
we have no control over that whatsoever.
Yeah,
eventually he'll spend all the money in that fund and not have any money to spend. That's what happens when you start going through your special use fund.
Our only control for this court is to instruct our treasurer to pay the bills or not pay the bills, and that's what she does.
Yeah.
That's our choice.
we can, I'm gonna concur with those two individuals and recommend we pay. Now, we can address the credit card policy next commissioners court meeting, whatever you want to do.
But we put it on the agenda, address that item, just like you said, on the line item, what we spend our money for. It has to be on the line item before we spend it, that's the same way in this situation, I think it needs to be on the agenda and decide.
Yeah.
One way or the other, and either we approve the accounts payable or will be done.
Yeah.
I mean, that's our choice.
I'll put it in before we vote, and that I think we should pay the county credit card because we have a duty to that this time. The other needs to be looked into deeper. I'm out on plan, sure.
Okay. You'll make that motion or,
I'd rather somebody make a motion to pay for it. I'll just vote against.
That's
okay,
the choice that we have.
okay,
I mean, it comes out as a special count, we're not, and Gerald says we're not.
Right, not really this special, but it's presented, and it's still this special use fund, I make that very clear.
But it's not 59.
Right, it's not coming out of.
It's not coming out of forfeiture.
If you read your book of special use funds, he has the right to spend it on certain things, and it's like schools and training, equipment. And there can be some uniforms, it's limited to those things, he has $6,000 budgeted in that line.
Well, what would be wrong with just tabling both of them and then reaching out and clarifying with the district attorney that he can use that money even though it's not budgeted. Or Charles, can you answer that maybe? If it's not budgeted, I mean, if we're not in charge of it,
I don't know specifically on that.
that's maybe we can,
Plus budget, as a budget process, you create expenditure lines.
I understand there's nothing there.
You need to create it before you spend it, that's what we've already been told by our outside auditors, why are we going to change that now when he has the funds over in his other account? It's still a special use account that can be used for school control. I'm not gonna even take over them just to get it out, just to get it done. There is nothing you're going to gain by. going
Yes.
round and around, 'cause if you read those who's in charge of that fund, you're gonna find that it's, you can't find that.
Whether it's budgeted or not.
It's budgeted in the fund that I have. I changed it from.
I understand that, but I'm.
Perfect.
Okay, I'm gonna make a motion. We approve the accounts payable, all the accounts payable, and we look at the credit card usage next commissioners court meeting. Be my motion.
I'll second it.
Wait. I made a motion
To approve the accounts payable.
and to address the credit card issue
That's what his motion.
next commissioners court meeting. So we got a motion by me, a second by Commissioner Wright. Any other discussion or comments? Okay, all those in favor of approving the accounts payable, say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Okay. Ayes have it. So consent agenda. Okay. Go through, gentlemen, all the consent agenda.
Just to make note, if y'all look at, especially for Charles and Summer, that the report from the NCAB is 99.3. So right now, so we did make the 99%, like we budgeted for it, so.
Yeah.
But I think,
99.
yeah, okay, we did 9.5, yeah, we're 99.3, so. From this report. On the judge's report, it looks like there's a little activity on septic systems.
Yes, we've had a lot of, believe it or not, we got folks moving to Mills County doing septic tanks, and we feel that's gonna keep increasing.
Getting back to.
I had a phone call last,
A couple years ago.
Yeah, it's getting very busy on septic tanks.
I had a phone call last week, guys talking about septic tank permit and on permit.
I make a motion that if there's no questions, I make a motion that we approve the consent agenda.
Okay, motion has been made by Commissioner Williams to approve the consent agenda.
I'll second it.
A second's been made by Commissioner Head. Any other discussion on the consent agenda? All those in favor of approving the consent agenda, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it. All right, going down to the action agenda. Consider an act on budget amendments.
I just had one comment on the budget amendment bill. It's nothing big, but I guess Jason's
Yeah.
It says from, and then that bottom says to and from. So
It's supposed to be two.
yeah, there's a slight misprint. I just gonna,
She had it written on a pencil on
I just gonna point it out as slight misprint.
the one she's, yeah. Probably a copy and paste issue, but
On yours, county judge,
Yes, sir.
the county says from a stray.
there's a line item.
Very limited divided reviews. Yeah, I'm actually gonna have to review that one because we're paying out, that's great.
My-
How much we use, we're just taking the money from that and. Because now we have to pay, it's not really a big fund out of.
That is the same as stray.
So. Probably need to review those.
On this one, we need to not approve it,
Okay,
but it might be.
Because I couldn't see it in the past payable until it was in there. And so I don't, we're limited, I'm running out of places and that's why I'm doing.
Uh.
Make a motion that we approve the budget amendment except for the one from Fund 10 for a stray until we get that checked out.
okay. Motion's been made by Commissioner Williams to approve the budget amendments except for the one line item for a stray.
I'll second.
Second's been made by Commissioner Parton. Any other questions or discussion, gentlemen? All those in favor of approving the motion by Commissioner Williams, say aye on the budget amendments. Aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it. Number two, consider an act on amending the RFPS for the security and cameras. Commissioner David Sons, good morning. Welcome to Commissioners Court. Glad you're back.
Might make sure that's turned on, David. All right. It's now it's on the.
Based on recommendations from the court, I sent out a request to the four vendors that responded to the last RFP to separate the courthouse from the law enforcement center. So we asked for basically two separate, with one each one of those. I had a response back. I actually asked to have that back on the 11th, which was last Friday. And I had one of the vendors respond back to me saying that he didn't have enough time because they were having supply chain issues and that sort of thing. So he asked for an extension. So I thought, to be fair, we came to that extension for this Friday. So really, that's all I had to report, other than we did have one vendor that did respond. And the courthouse price is within the budgeted amount we put in for next year, the proposed budget. So the pricing is gonna be good. Does that make sense?
David, what was our cutoff date for the RFPs as far as, I know those prices are good at a certain date. What is that date?
90 days. So,
And when's that deadline? August, it was August something.
yeah.
And gentlemen, the reason we're doing this, as you know, we're working on this budget process and we're trying to figure out the security cameras. And what to budget in there? You know, as far as what amount to budget and
Right, right. So I know the proposed budget for the courthouse put in $90,000, is that correct?
Something like that, yes.
Propose that. For the law enforcement center, I think there's been a number of this. But the quote that I did get back, the one, the price was under the 90,000. That's at least.
okay.
But my recommendation was wait, I guess, taking this until next commission report meeting.
Which can be
That's gonna be
Monday.
Monday. Is that enough time to get ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll have it all ready, and report you guys have it.
And I think we have it on the agenda and I need to vote and pass. it. If you weren't aware of that.
Yeah, I'm not aware of that, but yes, okay.
But as far as the funding for the law enforcement, I'm not sure. No, no, no.
I don't even know.
We don't even have enough.
But I'll have to buy some for each one from the.
You have a suggestion, I'll throw one in here, but I'm no idea where one from.
Which one are you talking about? The,
For the security cameras.
Yeah.
Cameras for the jail.
Yeah.
All of that's fine for you.
okay,
But yeah, I'll have them on by this Friday, so I'll have them submit out over the weekend to you guys.
or even if you have them Thursday, it'd be better, if possible. Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry to rush you, but you know,
I agree.
yeah, it'd be better having them on Thursday versus Friday.
Very good.
Tell them that we're doing budget on Monday. If they don't have it, then they're not getting it. Maybe send them a text.
No problem.
I make a motion that, we table the, amending the RFPs for the security cameras until next agenda on Monday.
Okay,
I'll second it.
motion's been made by Commissioner Williams to table the RFP security cameras for next week, followed by a second by Commissioner Parton. You know, the discussion, commissioners, all those in favor of tabling this motion for next week, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it. David, thank you for coming. We'll hear back from you soon. Moving on to number 3, consider and act on new EMS building. I think everybody's been aware of what all's been going on the last week or two. My report from a guy who has in his consent agenda items, the floors are being what? Polished, what's the term I want to use?
See, I
Sealed, stained, sealed, started what, Thursday of last week?
think so.
I believe that's right, Thursday of last week, and it's looking a lot better. You know, we had some commissioners, we were somewhat nervous about what the floors look like, the concrete stain, but this process seems to be working pretty good.
And everybody's supposed to stay off of them until they sit.
Yeah.
in.
Yeah, do not get on the floors,
Yeah.
Robert.
I don't go up.
I think the biggest concern was, is that previous contractor that was up there, I think he kind of panicked everybody. Don't y'all agree?
Yeah,
Saying that he couldn't get them clean, and the concrete guy that come up there actually got them all straightened out. So,
and there's a list, Mr. Guy Burns gave me a list that he emailed to Budget IDIQ wanting to know when these dates are gonna happen, meaning the repairs on the doors, this and that. And as of this morning, he still hadn't heard back. I'm gonna follow up today sometime and email Terrell just to see kind of what our schedule looks like the next 3 weeks or so.
When are we gonna do the pad and the road itself?
Well, whenever TXDOT says we can get that material,
Excuse me.
I would think whenever TXDOT says that they release that material, we could get on it, but I haven't heard.
About the bumpers in front of the building.
The bumpers are there.
Okay, I hadn't been up.
The metal,
Who's in charge of that?
the metal piping that's supposed to go in front of the bay doors, now they have not been installed yet.
That's our job.
That's our job, so. But
Who's been kind of ramrod sides on the outside, not the building? but
guy's been doing most of it. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, guys done a great job overseeing this whole project. You have the comments, gentlemen, on the new EMS building? Hearing none, anything else? Nothing else?
Well, we're gonna consider an act on, though. That's what's on the agenda.
Well, we don't have nothing.
Well, I mean, that's about every time we, if we need to, we can act on it, but there's really nothing to act on that I see on this.
Just that kind of update to it.
Yeah, just basically an update.
You'll get out on the floor and scrub it with a nail, you can get employed in the morning. Anybody.
Okay, any other comments on number 3? Hearing none, we'll begin our budget workshop. So I believe I need to make a motion to go into budget workshop. I'll make a motion that we go into budget workshop.
So
Second's been made by Commissioner Wright. Any other discussion?
May I be excused?
Yes, sir, you may be excused.
9:44.
We're going into the budget workshop. Well, yes, 9:44 AM sounds good. But I made a motion, seconded by Commissioner Wright. I don't think I took a vote. All those in favor of going to the budget workshop, say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Ayes have it. So budget workshop, we are now in session now at 9:45 AM for the budget workshop. And where's my book? Robert, did you get my book? There's a book back here. You got my book?
Signature?
Yeah. Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. I apologize.
Harold, have a good day. Thank you.
I was wondering why there's another market made sense.
Okay, so we're now in budget workshop. And gentlemen, if you see the first one on there is A, law enforcement on page 30. Charles, you need to say anything up or anything before we start?
No.
Okay. So if you'll turn to page 30 on law enforcement. I was hoping someone from the law enforcement agency to be here. So gentlemen, we'll go through this with our county treasurer. Starting off with law enforcement receipts. Boarding prisoners, I think maybe one thing that needs to be mentioned, we're getting, my understanding is getting more local prisoners in from Mills County. We're not getting as much money in from these other counties. There was a reduction in that. From 310 to 225,000.
The one I'm concerned with is commission and law enforcement. The actuals have been higher than for 2020 and 2021, higher than the 7,500. And this year's actuals is 11.
And Commissioner Williams, I can't remember what happened on that. I mean, I'm glad you caught that. I
But
can't.
if you take an average, that's 9,940 between the three. So
I can't remember
do we
what.
need to up that because we've been under for 3 years in a row?
What exactly is commission for law enforcement?
Commissions, I would think that's commissions pay, is that what it is, or do we know what commissions are? But I don't think that's budgeted. I mean, if that's what it is, history.
Would you like me to bump it up tonight?
Well, I would think 9,000 is a closer figure.
Or 10.
Who submitted the number?
Well, I had a budget workshop with Sheriff Hammonds maybe 2 months ago.
500, I suggest we leave that.
You did not put this thing on the revenue side.
No, this is us guessing, right?
Yeah. Yes, our estimation, Commissioner Wright.
Okay.
Yeah, Commissioner Williams, I recommend 9,000 or 10,000.
I mean, that's just the one that caught my eye.
Yeah.
I mean, the other one's the one you named. And so.
Well, we can go up 10,000, might be more realistic. 10,000 sound good, everybody?
Well, yeah, I mean, if you take out 2021, you went 10,000 the last two. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, let's do 10,000.
I guess so, but I'm not comfortable with raising or doing anything, not really knowing what it pertains to. I mean, we've already seen this morning expenditures that shouldn't be.
Well, you just eliminated $1,500 that you have to transfer from the general fund over to the law enforcement. By raising that up. It's on him bringing the money.
See what we're doing, we're having to transfer that money because he's under.
Yeah, I mean,
And so what I'm saying is, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I hear you, Commissioner.
So
Parton.
raise it. Say that last part again, Sandra, please.
So by raising that amount, $1,500, if you go down to line 925, there's transfers, We have $1.8 million. That's the amount of money that comes from general fund to fund law enforcement.
Yeah.
That's money not generated by this department.
So by raising that, you,
We lower the fees for about $1,500.
You lower the money taken out of the general fund.
oh,
Yeah, I'm good with 10, Judge.
Okay,
Your recommendation there.
okay. Anything else, commissioners, you see on law enforcement receipts?
No.
Nothing else? Hearing none, y'all ready to go to page 31, sheriff's office expense. And I think the one problem is, or issue has been the overtime pay, which we've seen. I don't know what to recommend on that figure.
well, the year before last, he budgeted 30, or last year, he budgeted 31,
Well, no.
No.
The original budget is 15. But I'm just-
15, okay. And
Yeah.
we amended 31, okay.
And we're still not gonna make it.
And then so he went to 25. So he got our more people or,
Well, they're still, I think, correct, trying to hire another deputy, correct, which I believe that was,
That's,
well, that was, someone just thought that was the reason for so much overtime. We are one deputy short.
Conference expense. Kind of gets back to what we was talking about a while ago. That's one of my questions. We're at about 1,500 for actuals. This year, we're not even at 850. But we're gonna bump that up. I mean, we're not bumping it up. We're keeping it the same as it was. If we're not gonna ever meet 2,500, why don't we lower it a little bit?
Okay,
The next one I have is equipment.
What do you want to lower it to?
I don't know. That's open. That's my discussion that I'd open it up. I mean,
now you're talking about,
I know we're talking as Ed Smith kind of made a comment a couple of weeks ago or last week, everything's running together. Is that we don't maybe not need to nitpick over some of these line items, but and keep our heads in the weeds, and that's probably what. I mean, what you two are guys down there are set thinking, but I'm just trying to figure out how we can lower this 1.8 million here, so. But I know $500 not gonna mean much, but
His conference expense is about the same. The only thing he's raised is his equipment, not so.
And that's to pay for the two vehicles we have on the correctly,
yeah,
which on the previous discussed.
yes.
if you remember
That's
the,
the increase.
gentlemen, if you remember, we approved that way back there in the spring sometime. Of course, it takes 8 months or whatever to get the vehicles on or
Whether
come in.
whether they receive them or not. It's been-
Yeah, it's a long process.
So that's the only thing that's been included.
and the fuel, of course, the fuel's been
It'll
going
do it
up.
from the.
Yeah, who knows,
It's going up, so.
who knows what fuel will be next year, yeah, and
Well, is it really, I mean, y'all have it, I mean, he's doubling his. What he's spending, he's only spent 22,000, 25,000 this year, and he's jumping to 42. I mean, everybody, all the precincts went up on fuel, but none of us went up that much. He hadn't even meet his 38,000 that he's budgeting. You see what I'm saying?
yeah,
Right.
So I'd rather leave it at the 38,000,
okay,
but that's my opinion. I'm wanting the court to talk here, so. But you're bumping it up, saying that you're gonna be 42, but yet,
I think the reasoning for that was these eclipse, all the items have to be on duty that weekend.
yeah, that's right.
but you're adding,
You're still 13,000 under.
you're still 13,000 into the year, so.
And the actual expenses in 21, well, when was it, July 23rd?
Tell me what's in the gallery, I remember.
I'm gonna judge them, I think
You
that's-
see what I'm saying? I mean, if we haven't
There
reached
is
that.
25 right now, they're got a month and a half left in this budget. Not gonna spend 13,000.
I don't know. I thought we spent it on apartment, we spent it on hotel rooms.
Yeah, I didn't set out the challenge or anything.
Well, they could spend it on rooms, all they have to do is make a transfer.
That's what I'm saying. If you keep adding this,
Do that, so be it.
I don't agree with that.
No,
You should be budgeting what you expect to pay for those items. If you think you're not gonna do it, then you need to up it. You're not gonna make that. Yeah, I say 38,000.
Okay,
Gonna change it 38, 42.
yeah, from 42 to 38,000 on fuel expense.
We're changing conferences.
No, it doesn't sound like it. I know he's trying to hire a deputy, but my next one is 333, line 333 deputy training. So if you go and look at all of his other use funds, he's going up on every one of those. What he has. Schooling expense and trainings, that he's going up on all of those. Some of them he didn't even have budgeted. So my question, and he's not here, is why are we going up on all of them and some of them weren't even budgeted last year? I'm not asking you, Judge, you had the
I
meeting.
don't have an answer. I mean, we had a meeting, so a few things, what, 2-3 months ago. I don't know. Like I said, I was hoping somebody be here to discuss this.
I guess we made him mad, so. I mean, I mean, you,
Did pretty year into the budget process, Jeff, and he turned in the numbers, did he sit down with y'all?
Yes, we had a meeting, myself and Summer had a meeting with him and I can't remember who else was there.
If you are-
Yeah, Deputy Gorse was
But
there.
this has been discussed, and y'all asked.
Yes.
questions, Why?
did you ask this question?
I don't remember if we asked that question or not. I don't remember.
Because I'm just saying, y'all will turn over a couple of pages. To page 35. That is the short portraiture fund. And you see there's nothing budgeted there. And then this year he's got he's got 3,000 budgeted. So he's that, and then
Page 35.
It's under school expense.
32, where-
under schools expense.
Okay,
35?
Page 35, line item 343.
And so he went up 2,000 on this one, and that one's 3,000, so that's 5,000 total. And on the Leo's fund, he has training expense, which he's keeping it the same as it was last year, 1,800.
But and he also went down, they also on 35 went down 18,000 equipment.
Correct. And then on sure special use. He's got 6,000 for school and training, but yet he's not used any of it.
I'm just, that's where I'm being the hotel room,
So that's gonna leave that $1,000.
and so a lot of their like, sheriff's conference happens in July, and then jailer's conference happens in September. So it all gets back at the end of the budget. You can decrease that $5,000 and make it and let them use this special use fund, as long as that's money there. Activity, I gotta go back and look at the fund balance, be what we can actually. But it's been.
In those other accounts is what you're talking about.
I also had a question on, but it didn't have nothing to do with the train, but it's on 32.
Page
Inmate,
32.
yeah. Inmate food, he went from 50, he spent 34 and he's moved it up to 60.
Yeah, and if we got less, if we're taking in less income, why is that going up? I see what you're saying. I had that outlined.
You're
Still
still, I
housing
mean, you're
for the
still
local.
feeding them.
Yeah.
I mean, you're still feeding them, but I mean, you're still keeping a full house, I mean, it's just,
And I'm sure,
People in that county, they're still eating, they're just not bringing them in the money.
yeah, it's all more locals.
But if we're still spending 34, we haven't even reached our budgeted for 50. Is that what you're saying, Robert?
yeah.
Why are we going up another 10,000? For the price of food?
Well, we remember doing the budget amendment last time. Don't remember doing this, we've already passed the budget amendment increasing this. Because they were already over.
Okay, so we,
So the original budget wasn't 50, is what you're saying. This is the amended budget is 50.
Maybe you might be part of it.
Well, they amended it in the last commissioner's court, is what she's saying, and so.
Either haven't, I haven't got those lines back from the clerk's office where it's done, but let me check.
If this has changed, because our original proposed
I'm
budget,
missing that one about the finance transfers to the clerk's office, but it's still at 50. And I know we would have some.
yeah, I mean,
And looking into that, but right now I didn't bring my.
That's-
Transfer, but.
Okay.
I better than the.
So we're on inmate meals, folks. You want to wait on anything on that or you want? to change something?
um,
Well, that's the lower or raise it, it's unfair to summer, in fact, is. For me. That discussion was with the judge and. It's kind of hard for us making changes on his budget if we have no one to ask except summer, that's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
yeah.
That's not right.
but it's not our fault that he got him left.
Well, either change it or don't.
Yeah, that's,
I agree with, that's all I'm saying, Jason, if you want to bring it up, change it, if you don't.
But the whole deal is, we can't sit here and understand all
That
of
is
these
true.
special funds.
That is true.
I mean, we had no clue that
Either change it or not.
there's something that they can pull schooling out of that makes it legal. We can't sit here on this side of this bench without absolutely knowing about all those funds and say, yeah. need
Well, you
to,
found
no,
out
we
at
don't.
59 this morning.
I didn't, y'all might have,
I
I didn't.
had no idea how it was.
Yeah, but we didn't take him out of 59 this morning.
Well, I'm just saying that we can sit here and argue over the budget now and not get anything accomplished.
And the only other one I have on the sheriff's office is what was he planning on technology?
What page is that?
Or back to your 31, page 31, line item 700.
Technology.
Does, I mean, is that in? Does our IT people know that, or is that a double budget from the IT stuff?
David, you're shaking your head no.
Did he not mention in the meeting about technology or anything that he needed?
I don't remember, Commissioner Williams, outside desktops, things like that, printers, desktops, printers. Got a new server.
But that's also in the IT budget line, so. My next question, I guess, is on jailer certificate pay on the next page, on page 32.
Debbie was the only one certified, and she no longer.
So are they not gonna, so they won't have anybody this next year? That's why I was wondering why it's zeroed out. Okay. That answers that one quick.
Okay.
Bonds and dues, they're not gonna have anybody bonded.
Price submitted this. Submitted this budget.
If we get a
I think
new,
the jailer has to be bonded.
I don't think it was one to it.
I don't think I've seen that.
Not the chief jailer.
I don't think I've seen the jailers being bonded. Of course, deputies do have to be bonded.
Okay.
Now, that may have been overlooked. Commissioner Williams on bonds, we are looking for a new deputy. We may need a,
Sure.
This is in jail.
jail, I'm sorry.
There's a negative 10 cents in there. too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That could be a line.
Yeah, I did. That was fun. And I guess this equipment and fixtures, is that also maintenance for the jail? Does that kind of fall under that too? Okay. So I guess back to what Robert's original question on inmate meals. Do you feel that the 60s where it needs to be, looking at the bills right now? Summer, okay.
Well, everybody knows groceries are really going sky high. And I don't think there's gonna be a shortage of prisoners at our Mills County Law Enforcement Center.
So the only change I'm hearing right now is line item 320 on the sheriff's department. On the sheriff's office expense of 38,000.
Okay,
Is that what everybody's saying?
that's what I'm hearing. So fuel has gone from 42,000 to 38,000.
And then the only other one I'm concerned about is technology having it double budgeted.
There's not enough budget, no budgeted one way or the other, Derek, cover anything else can do anyway.
Okay. Brings up a good point. Where is cameras on this? Are we gonna budget cameras on this? Did he say in his meeting?
Never discussed really anything about cameras that I remember in the meeting.
So he didn't put it in his budget for cameras.
I would suggest if you're going to budget cameras for the jail, to put it in the general fund under cameras.
So under the general fund. Okay,
Okay.
That way that money cannot be used for anything.
No, no transfers that way.
okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
If you look on the law enforcement fund. On the utility. That may need to be increased.
Okay, what page you on, Charles?
Like 32.
I agree with Carl, I saw the bill this morning and I saw the line overdrawn. We're averaging about 5,000, 5,600 a month during the summertime. Courthouses, 35, something like that,
And how much is law enforcement during the summer, you said?
about 5,600.
5,600. With this heat and everything's been brutal, and of course, all rates are going up. Yeah, I think we might want to bump that up, gentlemen, a little bit on utilities.
What do you think?
About another 5,000 or 10 probably.
Well, if you did,
5,600 a month. Now they're at 46 now.
if you did $5,000 a month. Hmm,
5,000 a month, 60 per year.
that's. You see what I'm saying? She's more than that.
This bump at 10, this bump at 10,
If you do
Yeah.
six,
Probably, some probably worse than one.
Well, of course, yeah, this has been a horrible summer.
Cheap,
cheaper,
cheaper.
not cheap, but
So,
cheaper.
bump it 10,000 commissioners to 60. That sound good? Okay, so utilities, page 32 is now 60,000 instead of 50,000.
And we gotta understand those utilities cover the law enforcement side and the jail side. I mean, it's two entities,
The
but
whole
one,
building.
yeah.
Whole building.
So it just falls under their line item. So you could divide that in half if you wanted to. So. Or by a third, maybe.
Okay,
The only one I'm still concerned about is all the trainings and stuff and all the schooling and all that, but. Since that was brought up this morning, that's the only thing that scares me, so. But if we're not in charge of what Gerald's saying, if we're not in charge of the monies and some of those funds and he can do whatever he wants, then why are we even budgeting?
Well, that, you did make that suggestion of doing zero funds for.
And so we would,
schools
if,
and training and
if you take that out. You're helping the overall budget because he's getting it in his special use funds, correct? It's less transfers. And so that'll make him use it out of his special use funds. Instead of using transfer monies.
Why can that not be done? And
It can, and that's what, that on page 31, if you just want to put it down to 2,500 like it was in 2020. You see what I'm saying? Number 333. That's what I'm saying.
yeah. If they're gonna be able to do it out of other means or other funds, I would decrease their schooling.
that's tell me number. That has to come from you guys.
Well, that's deputy training.
But he's gonna have a new deputy. So I say take it back to last year's, the same as last year.
$3,000.
But the new deputy does be for the school, but. I believe deputy training line, putting one of our dealer dispatch into. School to become a. I'm not sure how all these lines are used.
Okay, so deputy training, what do you want to do? Go to 3,000 from 5,000? Okay,
Leave it the same, 3,000.
okay, 3,000. That is 0,333 from 5,000 to 3,000.
Only done in jail. So that brings us to third forfeiture fund, correct?
What page are you on, Commissioner Williams?
35,
45,
35.
35.
Well, just so y'all know. That because of those movings around, the transfer number will change.
Correct.
I'm only getting covered with that. So I can't tell you that right off the top of my head, it have to be as close to the, what.
So we have new on that, which we've already talked about. I think we talked about it last week, so. But you got new ones there, you got 3 new ones there. And you got 2 that's not.
But he has money in the senior fund right now. But he doesn't have enough of it budgeted to spend. And if you'll notice that line 3, 4, 4 expenses, whenever they do a seizure, they split it 50/50. So 50% of the seizure goes to the DA's office, we do 50%. So that's where we pay that money out of. Have a lot of seizures.
So the expenditures are both with 17,000 just had.
Sorry.
The expenditures are the same, but the 17,000 is only 50%.
On equipment. Is that what you're talking about?
No. No,
I'm not following you.
never. Nothing,
You're off.
I'm off.
I got you. But he's taken equipment, as Robert pointed out earlier, to 10,000. How much is in this account? 25, 75?
No, there's no guarantee he's gonna get $25,000 worth of seizures this year. You can't really,
Short estimate that.
you can make a great estimation on it when you try to spend it.
Yeah, because it's only got 20 this year, but 45 one year and 2,000 another year, so.
It's unpredictable.
Same thing in school, it's like there,
Yeah, that's why, we went down over here, so
going from 0 to
he's adding 3,000, but. I'm fine with that if he's in charge of the money, he has to go talk to the. District attorney. Just want everybody to be aware that there's more than one pot that he gets to pull out of, unlike us.
Oh, but he's creating them, those funds of this. If he's doing civil service, he's working, he's creating those funds.
Correct.
Like it's just being handed to him.
Like it is for the road and bridge.
I didn't say that.
I know.
That.
I know what
So
you're
I
saying.
think that's why with that discretionary spending on it, because he is going out and doing work to create those funds.
Okay, I'm good. I have no more questions,
So we need one of those special accounts for the tin horns and stuff.
Well,
but you got, yeah, I mean, you could, but
if y'all get interested, then you get on the twelve paper and pay the money, and it goes into the precincts, that's the way we bring in the money. For your precinct.
that's what we're doing, but 10 hours.
Right, right, so thank you.
Okay, so law enforcement commissioners, y'all pleased everything as is now? Any other comments on law enforcement? Hearing none, we'll go to jail/dispatch B.
we just.
Well, we've been doing, but the dispatching
We did special-
special use funds, we did that.
So. On dispatching,
Yeah,
are we doing, is he gonna dispatch?
all I've been told is he publicly stated up here one time, probably not. Y'all know the history. It's on again, off again. Dispatching has been going good right now. I hope it stays that way.
But he also sent us an email stating that he was not gonna dispatch if we renewed the contract in EMS.
I know.
Not, what is it? October? one or whatever. So
Since
do we need to
September,
con-
since September.
September, do we need to consider that in this budget?
I don't know. Good question. Important question. I don't know.
Yeah, we're talking
A lot of money.
$250,000 to $500,000.
Yeah.
What do y'all? I mean. The workshop, we're gonna just throw it out here, and do we need to budget for it?
We have to be prepared, don't we? And if we do have to do the, hire the dispatcher. How's that?
It's gonna be a complicated process if we were to take it out. Very complicated and expensive.
But we're also paying him for dispatching too.
I know you'll be able to pull some, but how do you pull all of it? Cause you still have jailers in there, cause they do a double duty.
Well, as you well know, I remind you about a month ago, we did sign the interlocal agreement with Central Texas Council of Governments regarding dispatching. I was not told of any problems with signing that from the sheriff's department. We did sign that new agreement that went into effect, I think, last month possibly. So I was not made aware of any issues.
Summer, Mr. Miles, if we added something here, can we put it, where would we put it that wasn't necessarily under jailer dispatch? Can we put it under another line item that if we needed it, we could use it for that, or you see what I'm saying? I hate to put it under the jail expense and then it get moved around.
Are we talking about the current expenses that are in the budget?
No, this would be all new.
I would put it in the general.
But that's what I'm saying. If we're gonna add it,
Oh, instead of a general fund. But you have to understand that at this point, if you had $250,000, you're creating a possible deficit of the overall.
but if we don't add it, what is it gonna do next year? And then all of a sudden we're stuck with no dispatching.
Well, that might fall under an emergency situation.
How's it an emergency if we already know about it?
Well, we don't know about it. It's working fine. I mean, we don't know if it's on or off, but
Kind of like our technology and our camera security, that's probably what I recommend doing.
I just think we ought to have something in there, but
People. Could you appoint somebody else to be in charge of dispatch? And then decide not to dispatch?
well, either that or we dispatch with like with Sensata. But you're gonna have a contract with Sensata. They're not gonna do it for free.
kind of hard to budget that, but we don't know what the future holds.
What help is tough.
I mean, I'm just going by the email that he sent us all and said that he's not doing it.
But at the same time, it's already, the letter's been sent, not on this deal. At the same time, we have control of that building.
Yes.
That belongs under the care of the Mills County Commission.
That's right.
At any point that we needed to make changes over there, we have the power to do that.
Yes.
I'm just throwing it out there, guys. We don't.
I know, it's a workshop.
There.
It's kind of a tricky situation. You say there's money out there, so go ahead and do it. Like, we've got $250,000 allotted for you to go ahead and not dispatch. I'm giving you the ability to do.
I see what you're saying.
I mean, it's still blowing the fine line. It's just playing up all scenarios.
Kind of thing on character's face that way, don't you?
Well, I mean, I remember what Gerald said, and Gerald said, just do it as is. Just leave it like it is, and if it comes up, then we'll just have to take it out of Clint's
Yeah.
budget.
Yeah, I think
That's
that's,
gonna, I mean, that's what you're saying too, Dale, right?
yeah, we got to control that building. I think that's the best way to approach it. Hope it keeps going well. It's been working well. We had one little flare up, 2 months ago when a landline was used, but since then it's been going good. I hope it continues. So what's best for the people of Mills County is to have good dispatching. So
Which part of the budget are you gonna take down?
I don't know.
Because you're putting people's jobs at risk.
I don't know that you'd be putting them at risk, their employer might change, which that really wouldn't change, because they're still being paid by the county. You'd still have to have people, even if you made the internal.
Which
Right.
part of the budget are we talking about touching, because I have to think about. How are we gonna pay the employees if you can't touch that, then if they don't have the rest of the money to run the operations over there. You know. What part of the budget are we talking about touching, that's the question. Think about,
Dispatcher, jailer salaries.
so you're going to,
But you're only gonna get half because you still have the jail unless you close down the jail. That's the only way you're gonna do it.
all right, so that's costing people their jobs.
Well, I'm hoping it doesn't come to that. And
Oh, my goodness.
Mr. Parks get a call.
Spain.
Bob saying bring a loaf of bread home tonight. So
Make sure.
I'm hoping, you know, again, it's been going good and I'm hoping it continues. Our dispatchers are doing a good job right now. Hamilton EMS is doing a good job. And, you know, I think, hope keeps going like this. What's best for our citizens in Mills County is to have good EMS, good dispatching. So
I'm not.
and I agree, Commissioner Williams. You know, it needs to be brought up and talked about.
Well, yeah, I'm not saying the dispatchers are doing a bad job. I think they're doing a great
Oh, yeah.
job. What I hear on the radio, I think they're doing a
Yeah,
really
do a good job. It's, and there has been comments made in the
I'm
past.
just trying to guess the future. And the whole thing of doing a budget is to reach a
Budget.
goal and to set a goal and try to meet that goal.
Yeah,
And if our goal is to continue as is, then we'll have to do it. If it works out, I guess we'll have to do a emergency budget amendment later on. If that's legal.
I think that's the way to go. There's too many variables and I know the past history and of course it's been operating smooth pretty well since April of 22.
I would think we'd have to reach out to TAC to find out if that's legal, because we've known about it for 2 years now, if this is an emergency. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And we needed to really know the answer because.
it's too many
we need to
variables.
raise more money.
Would Kim Hoffman know that answer if I contacted her, or do you know?
I'm going to propose we'll leave everything as is on the dispatching.
Yeah.
And we hope it'll continue smooth. Okay,
Before we leave it, I guess, Judge, did he tell you on law enforcement, did he tell you anything about taking money out to fix the plumbing and the rainwater runoff? And was that money added into this scenario?
you know, that was discussed. I remember Guy Burns giving me a report on that. I can't remember all the details. So that was back, you're talking about the plumbing behind the jail and the sewer and everything.
Never mentioned that in the budget meeting.
And so we've already found out that's gonna be about $3,000. If. And I don't see where it's added anywhere on here, so I didn't know.
Like that $1,500 in miscellaneous expense, if this is gonna be like a one time.
That's where I would take it out of if it was me, but. Again, that's not enough money
Cost $30,000.
to buy the plumbing. We're doing all the labor. I apologize. Me. I went up there and did it for Clint because the washout was so bad. And then they were gonna try to get plumbing and they didn't have the money. We didn't have it out of either budget, mine or his or whatever. And so, and maintenance didn't have it either. So we just kind of stopped.
Well, let's make sure we have a budget because we need to get that fixed.
But I got bids from Hedge Hardware, S&S, Home Depot, and they're all about $3,000. Some are a little less than 3,000. It's a lot of plumbing.
Yeah. Well, let's make sure we got it. You're saying about $3,000.
Yeah, but. I mean, I don't know where to put it, if it's not in here, if he didn't plan for it. Can we put it in maintenance? Under guys, facility maintenance?
Why don't you just put it in building maintenance under the jail expense?
I think that'd be a good spot. What page is that, Summer?
Well, there's already. Am I reading that right? There's already 35,000 there,
Correct.
so we just go ahead and do it and then take it out. Okay,
Yeah, there's 35,000 there.
okay,
Okay,
and there, that's what we'll do.
okay.
Okay, I'm done on that.
Commissioners, what else? No other questions on law enforcement, jail / dispatch, sheriff special use funds? Anything else? Okay, you already move on to courthouse security expense. D. David, I don't know if you need to come up or not, when this, that's on page 63, I believe, folks. Page 63. Oh. Must. Page 64, sorry. Okay,
Not put in any transfers if we haven't talked about.
So the Sonia and David, we have a security meeting at the end of this month. For the courthouse. And so it'll be after this budget is what I'm saying, if we're taking a vote on Monday. Could be interrupt that, so I guess we kind of, again, have to guess. What are some of the security issues, which one is the cameras?
The camera one, also, I think we talked about the metal detector. And what we need to do with that. But I don't know. It has to.
Well-
Electrical line. to plug in.
my understanding, David and guys, refreshed me on this several times, but metal detector's working, but sometimes it's not plugged in.
Correct,
And we also need to make sure there's a bailiff up there.
right.
I think that was the issue I was told.
So what is the deal with the bailiffs?
Well, what now?
Are they here?
What now?
I mean, are the bailiffs always working? It looks like we're on.
Well, last time at district court, Sonia said they're more than I am. They weren't there at the time. I don't think that nobody was manning it.
I think that's one of the things that the district attorney has noted as far as security goes. There's a metal detector there, but you don't have someone monitoring it, so it's more of a false sense of security. There's a metal detector there, but if there's nobody out there by the metal detector.
When you look at the bailiffs, we got budgeted 3,000, we've only spent $653. So again, that's a fall in security.
Commissioner Williams, I'm gonna reach out, and I have not yet, to Judge Smith and tell him that, we will try to get a bailiff there, and also make sure the security check-in is working properly.
I think typically the sound is off, it's just light, it flashes, so someone can walk in there, the light flashes, with no notification.
I'll make a note of that
Does the
contact.
sound work?
Well, Guy Burns told me it does work.
The sound works, I know
Well, he just said it worked. I didn't specifically ask him if his sound was working.
Yeah, the metal detector stuff.
Metal detector.
so we had budgeted this year 35,000. And we're using it for the doors, is that correct?
Yeah.
And then what we're gonna be end up using for budgeted this year, which you don't see anything right now. And I don't know if Charles knew that we were gonna spend some of that money already, so In your prediction, what was that total, guys, you remember?
But the quote for the doors was 34,000. Total,
We're gonna change that thing.
Yeah, the change.
and some change, yeah.
So it's gonna be right at the whole 35,000.
Yeah.
on your predictions.
On my projections, I assume all equipment spent.
Okay.
And y'all know the story on that, I think what they said, 4 to 6 weeks on those doors. 3 to 5 weeks, whatever it was. So we're hoping maybe about mid-September.
I
Hoping,
don't know.
hoping.
I think we ought to put something in there.
I think
That's,
so
that's,
too.
that's my opinion. I don't know.
You have a figure you would be comfortable with? I don't know what.
25, 20, something.
So what about is your cameras gonna be completely separate? Well, that's courthouse,
For the courthouse are going to come out of general fund.
Yeah.
This would be for other costs, so I don't know what your
I don't know. I'm just,
$25,000 are for, but when you, if we spend all the money we have this year. And then you plan to spend 25, that triggers the transfer for the general fund fee.
correct. It'll have to be a transfer. And so we haven't done a transfer in years, so that,
That's because there's been money in the fund.
right, so
We're going to spend it down by paying for the. In fact, it could possibly be in the deficit.
it looks like it's gonna be in a deficit to me. And where does where does that money come in for the courthouse security?
JPN secure, or JPN clerk fees.
There you go. Okay.
You have a figure you want to put in there? Or what do you think?
I don't know.
what did we put 35 in there for last year?
I don't know.
I want to say that, and maybe, I don't know, maybe we were here yet, but we were talking about cameras for the.
Cabling, cameras,
It's like that, and we initially had.
Okay, we're gonna see now. Oh, sorry, I wasn't here.
Yeah, but I think we got a quote for cameras for like 35,000, that's. And I don't remember where that came from.
so we'll have to do a transfer this year, correct, to make that to equal that over, so there will be a transfer of monies if we're in a deficit.
I'm just saying, probably the way I've seen things go today, it seems unattainable to work. To vote on the budget on Monday without another workshop in between.
And we can do that, yeah. It's not set in stone.
Well,
Every change we make changes the overall big picture.
I mean, we don't have to put anything, I mean, we can leave it, but. I'm pretty sure they're gonna want something done. On that security, courthouse security on the. Either the have to do with what the bailiffs do or the panic buttons or the. The metal detector itself. And that's a statute type meeting that the courthouse security, the district judge does, so. And he hasn't said anything to you in his budget. Judge, he's saying.
No, he hasn't said anything to me.
So,
But I will reach out to him regarding the metal detector and bailiff for the next.
It's his responsibility entirely to make sure that the courthouse is safe.
no, I mean, I think we we owe it to these employees that the courthouse needs to be safe. I don't know, I mean, we got 5 entrances. Not very safe, you talk about it. if you're putting barbed wire around, some schools are having to put barbed wire around their schools, you know, to make them safe, and here we're just leaving ours wide open. No way to stop somebody from burning it down. Well, it happened in Mason, just over custody.
Yeah.
So,
Okay,
but I don't know, that was just something I wanted to throw out there, so. Sounds like nobody else has that concern, so I'll just leave it blank then.
okay.
I'm not saying it's not concerned, I'm just saying some of the figures,
Oh, I know, I understand what you're saying.
no. I just think that, you know, and we need to relook at it before the.
The only concern I got, and I can see that we're using 35,000 on the doors. But if you are nudged in 90,000 for
Cameras.
security cameras, I don't see why that would come from somewhere else other than what we budget into courthouse security. Because that is courthouse security.
But just leave it at that's what you're saying, just leave it over there.
Well, I
Yeah.
say, you're saying it comes out of the general fund?
Yes, but that on specific cameras, it's not. Unless you want me to change the name of the security equipment,
Well, we've always had a line for courthouse security equipment.
He's saying move the 90 over to this line item, is what he's saying. And then you're not changing the budget at all, you're just taking that line item out, the one that you added for camera.
I mean, it's probably 6 one, half a dozen the other, but it's not going.
correct, it includes transfer. It's just more,
It's easier to do it the other way.
Okay.
it's more bookkeeping on this. With
Okay.
the system I have, but I don't hear it's one way. I just like. Don't we have to replace like panic buttons or something, does that come out of security or does that come out of the maintenance?
Come out of technology, I guess.
Comes out of technology, looks at that.
Oh, man.
But those panic buttons are security.
Yes,
We've been thinking about maintenance. if we need to do something with it. Are you gonna try to have the 1888 jail up and running? Is there security measures need to be taken there? Are there panic buttons? Are there?
I don't know, I'm still waiting on.
Wait till we get that thing filled up, I'd say. All right, commissioners, any other questions or comments on this? Commissioner Head, any comments?
No,
Commissioner Williams, anything else you want to discuss?
Not yet, no.
Ready to move on? To number E, part-time position maintenance. This is regarding getting Guy Burns some help at one time. We had talked about getting someone in for 20 hours. But as you know, Guy does a great job. But the EMS building where Guy spends a lot of his time is getting closer to being finished. And I was going to propose we take that out for the part-time person on that part. It was going to be budgeted at 20 hours a week. And I visited with Guy quite a bit about it. He thinks he can handle everything again. He's been getting way behind with all the buildings he's taking care of, and especially the EMS building, which, as y'all know, he spent a lot of time over there. But with it coming to completion soon, I think we can take that out for right now.
Eight.
Page 8.
For the amount of salary we allowed was 15,600 with all of these things, which we think you are from the payroll, I believe.
Guy had come to me one time, of course, just really stressed out, overworked, and that's what we're looking at. Now, maybe sometime next year, a year after that, may need it. But as right now, a guy thinks he can handle everything. And which we all know Guy does a great job. So that was my proposal, take that out of the budget, a part-time position.
So that will make that $39,634.40 before I didn't do all the. FICA and all that, so 39634.40.
Yeah. Okay. Any questions or comments on that? And folks, we're about to come to F precinct budget. Did y'all want to take a break? You
Yes,
want, what's that?
I'd love to.
Would you like to take a break and come back in 10 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's take a 10-minute break. So we will go into break for 10 minutes. The time is now 10:45 a.m. We'll be back in session at 10:55 a.m.
Thank you.
Okay. Jackie, And go down here to DCR. Yes. Click there and then record.
Oh, y'all go eat lunch?
It's already.
It's already recording. Okay.
He's asking for what he wants.
We are recording. We'll wait for Miss Summer, y'all. Hang loose. Am I unmuted it too quick, Commissioner Wright?
Well, she's also doing payroll today, so.
Yes, it's County Treasurer Summers, very, very busy.
That's kind of like the retirement.
This is cool. Put it down.
I said I haven't said anything there.
Yeah, I'm gonna discuss that. with you. Okay. Ms. Campbell's back in. Okay, Commissioners Court will come back into order. The time is 10:58 a.m. So we are back from a little break to Commissioners Court. And Commissioners, you'll go to your precinct budgets. We're on number F, which will be starting with precinct 1 on page 15. Commissioner Rod, you want to start things off by?
I did ask for a 3% raise for our employees. Schools and training, I did go up a little bit on it. Utilities, about the same. Equipment, I did increase my equipment 150,000. The reason I did that is that Commissioner Two Precinct and I discussed about we were going to invest in a brush cutter that is go out, and since then we've kind of changed our mind. We're doing some other things that we're going to do. I'm gonna look at buying a mini excavator, but I'm gonna try to do the next budget. And my backhoe is wore out, 2 cylinders on the backhoe. I think I have to have me to replace it, completely take them off. And also I'm thinking about buying a truck and a belt.
Truck and a what?
A belly dump.
You don't have enough money to buy all that.
The excavator is not used, those it's second hand. I'm looking at 33,000 for it. And the truck, I found one for 32, and the belly's got the same price. So that's what I'm looking at, putting on those.
And the brush cutter or not doing the brush cutter at
We're
all?
not doing brush cutter.
Okay.
Brush cutter,
So you're not gonna share anything?
am I not gonna show it?
No, I'm saying, you just said you were gonna do a brush cutter and y'all were gonna share it.
We-
So
we
now
already
you're not
have
doing
it.
brush cutter.
We're still gonna share
We
it.
originally talked about purchasing one, but we both backed out on that. deal.
Yeah, and we're talking about having a shredder that we hook on back of our tractor and keep the same brush cutter and tractor. What we're talking about.
Will you have to pull your brush cutter off to pull the shredder behind it, or no?
Nope. And like it is now, a lot of our right of ways, and I know in precinct 1. Over the years, I've really cut a lot of brush. I don't have that much brush, I got a Master Johnson way. And I do have a right of way, most of my right of ways are where I can pull a brush shredder behind it, or a shredder behind the truck. So, but anyway, that's kind of what the 150,000 is about. And I mentioned to y'all in some of our workshops about the mini excavator. But like I said, I'm not buying a new one, trying to buy a second hand.
And Commissioner Wright, the mini excavator would be used for all your tin horn work, the new tin horns you're having to put in.
Back over in my
Yeah.
pits.
Yeah,
The advantage of the excavator on. We've looked at, and I know y'all have looked at a price on the backhoe. And you're looking at like $70,000-$80,000.
Eight or a little better than eight.
Yeah, and to me, a mini excavator, it can stay on a trailer. Clean up your tin horns.
Be used on a trailer?
You're not gonna use
You
it on the
can't
trailer.
use an excavator.
It'll turn over. It'll turn over on the trailer. How are you gonna keep it on the trailer?
Not over on the trailer, it swivels. It swivels.
When you get off on one side digging, you're gonna pull the trailer over.
Not with a mini excavator. You might.
The downside of me having an excavator is even having to be hauled or getting it down the road.
Well, yeah. you
When
can-
they're on the
yeah,
track.
we'll be hauling. But we got it.
But I don't think you physically use it with it being on the trailer. I think it'd have to be
Yeah,
unloaded.
you can do it and load it on the truck at the same time, load a truck with it.
Are you saying, so it's a mini, are you gonna use it with a pickup, or are you gonna use it, pull it with your pickup, or are you gonna have to use a big truck to move it?
We'll use not a big truck, but we use a dump truck.
With, oh, okay, with the dump truck. Okay, that's just all I'm asking. So you're gonna use
You
your.
turn around and fill a dump truck up with it, and instead of having to just stockpile it, let it rust, dirt go back in my tin homes. That's what I plan on doing with it, plus putting it in the ditch, loading our truck with it too. And it has a thumb on it that you can put a tin on, set a tin on with it pretty easy.
So you'll have to have
Have
it,
you seen many excavator? Y'all,
not with an
Not
excavator,
really.
not with it, because they're so light. It looks like Canadian.
they'll do more than a backhoe. And it has, not only that, it has a blade on the front, has a thumb on the back, it also has a back attachment on it that you can use it for loading. You'll need to research it a little bit and look at it. It is,
I'm, the safety part's what scares me. When you're gonna
the
lose.
safety part of the lot, Jason,
Huh?
safety part of what, then you throw off your,
No, to use the backhoe portion of it. I mean, the arm, because it's gonna only be, but you're gonna be on a trailer, you're gonna be 3 foot taller. So your arm's gonna be way down and you're gonna be pulling.
it'll dig 11 feet through, so. You won't pull nothing. It's not like a backhoe, it's totally different.
I could see if you were gonna get it out to a place and unload it off the trailer,
Yeah.
and I hope that's what you're saying.
You can unload, some of these you have to. You can't just pull up on any of them and clean out a tin horn with it on the trailer.
I don't think you
plan on
can,
doing it.
I don't think you can pull up to any of it
That's-
and leave it low. That's a safety issue.
Well, like I say, we'll see. But anyway, that's what I plan on doing.
Okay,
Repairs and service, any other questions on it? Load materials, I have to it 5,000. Fuel and oil, I have to it 5,000. Tires, I left the same. I did do, so. There's been a question brought up about. It's not in your budget, you can't use it, so I did put a building improvements and maintenance. I added 5,000 to that, and I talked with Summer about that, she said we could put it, some of that on too, but to me. That money is for the building I got from. The EMS, OEMS, and I want to go in and build shelves and everything, I hadn't spent any money on that building yet. Because I didn't have any money in the budget to spend on it, last budget, next budget. I have the line item for 5,000, and I think that's, the. Like I say, build all my shelves, so I can house all my, all filters and all that.
okay,
And there will be a smaller. Shed there, that if one of the other precincts wants it, they can, because I'm gonna move everything out of there, I've inventoried it, kind of seeing what I have in it and all the pictures I have in it. And I'm gonna, like I say, move all that to the new building, but like I said, I haven't invested any money in the new building yet, because of I didn't have any money in the budget on the line item for it. In the same way, when I repainted the food barn last year and built the fence the year before, actually, the year before, it was recommended that I do have a line item budget to spend that money for. That's when I put it in this one.
So here comes Debbie Downer.
Here comes what?
Debbie Downer.
Okay,
If you look at your revenues or your expenses, you're at $176,000 deficit.
Okay.
So. That would require a transfer from the general fund over to your account to cover those expenses. And you're not, everybody is just about at $170,000 to $176,000 in the deficit. Revenue versus expense.
so what you suggest, that I do in my budget?
I have no suggestions, I'm just here pointing out the big picture.
Okay, I understand. But anyway, that's what I budgeted for.
Okay, questions?
Yeah, the 170,000 deficit, that's all 4 precincts or?
No.
No, each precinct has that same amount.
It's an average of 170 to 176,000, each one of them are in that kind of spot. So revenue in road and bridges is down from. You look at your transfers over, they're smaller. You have less coming into road and bridge. Less coming into. Tax. But we've got the makeup of column. But if you're just looking at precinct one, revenue versus expenses, this total is $176,000.
But I can see where if you pulled 176,000 out of this, you couldn't function. As far as the precinct.
Right, there's gonna have to be, I think. You're either gonna have to decrease. Your $100,000 in equipment and road and bridge and try to separate that out in between. You guys, or you're gonna have to do transfers, but at some point. We don't have the money to make all the transfers that we want.
Oh, I understand that, but I'm just trying to, point out the fact that, if you're operating totally on road and bridge, it's not all right.
But
I would think that, I'm not picking on Mike, because I'm fixing to go through mine too. I would think that Mike's 150,000 is way out of line.
Well, to me, if they're gonna share equipment compared to, I mean, we haven't got to Roberts yet, but Roberts is a lot less, so I don't know if Robert planned on the share, so. Yeah,
On the brush cutter, yes.
Well, we're not. Originally, we talked about purchasing a brush cutter together. And we kind of backed out of that idea, hex that deal, so,
But your budget doesn't show the brush cutter, does it?
no.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is.
So that's the reason we're here right now, is to adjust.
So there's been, I mean, you took the brush cutter out, but you didn't lower the salary and Roberts, you have taken the brush cutter out. Is that what I'm reading?
Well,
Is that what I'm hearing?
Robert never put the brush
I,
cut.
I know,
Oh, okay.
when me and Mike talked about,
So
it was,
it was all in precincts 2 budgets, I mean precinct 1's budget.
Not necessarily.
not necessarily, well, I guess you say I messed up, but it was, I don't know. When I had my visit with Summer, man, I said, this is 80 for this, and then I think then another 80, we'll probably do another 80 on brush cutter, and we never put the other 80 in there, and we kind of backed out on having a brush cutter anyway, so just kind of scratched the other 80.
It's the same, not any difference in y'all's budget, when you have 130 and 120,000. I mean, y'all budget the same thing we do. Robert probably budgeted less than anybody.
Well, I'm saying, I'm confused on, y'all said y'all were gonna share it, and then your budget doesn't, your budget doesn't, they don't show it
Took
to.
it out of your mind, it's gone.
it's gone, so
Well, then it needs to come out, $150,000.
Yes, we do share the brush cutter now, Jason, and we were gonna share. But that's no longer, we're gonna use the same brush cutter and we still gonna share it. But this 150 has nothing to do with brush cutter. We were planning on doing, it, but we're not now.
But you said you were gonna buy a shredder for the brush cutter.
That, we're looking at one, it's the shredder, we're looking at it.
with
We
the-
can do, yeah, we can do more with this. It's $15,000. On
Y'all
the
probably
cost
got
of
So
the
does
shredder.
Crawford have, do you have that in your budget then, what I'm asking? If you are gonna share that
to
shredder?
cover the shredder, yes,
This budget
yes,
that we're in,
yes.
okay, so the shredder has nothing to
Shredder has
do.
nothing to do with the next year's budget.
Oh, okay. Well, Mike just said it did. Okay.
Well, let me get Charles in on this so that we're, overall, we're looking at right now, we want these numbers, we just had a $35,000 for that. The way I'm reading that, we just let everything same. I mean, we didn't make big enough adjustments in the sheriff department for it to increase maybe 8,000 to 10,000. You have $35,000 in surplus money in this entire budget.
I think the minus grand, sorry, like 96.
Okay.
So
But that's before today's.
that's before the days.
We'll increase that number. We did mostly.
Well, we took out the maintenance deal. That salary, well, what was that, 16,000 too?
And we talked about this last week, but one of the reasons the revenue is down in the road bridge special is because the pilot programs in these tracks, it's $1,170,000. And we're putting it all into the general fund. And we kept the tax revenue rate into the budget the same as last year. Right. So that means the road and bridge special. Take that assessed value of all those properties that are in the pilot program now. The tax base is decreased to the point that we're getting a lot less money into the road and special. That's one reason the job, the transfer is short. It's because of that. Fact that the pilot program is not in the general, and you can take from that pilot program and move it to the road and bridge if you want to. Or you can just do the transfers in total out of the general fund over to the precincts to cover the deficit that you're all on have.
That's what I would say.
And right now, of course, there's no service in the general fund. Maintenance.
But the reason the road and bridge money down is because the pilot programs is not showing any tax base.
Is
Yeah.
correct.
Okay.
And we haven't allocated in that pilot program, you haven't allocated in that pilot program to the road and bridge special. Which I don't really think we need to do that, I think we need to do it by transfer. That would be the easiest.
I would personally think, not like I said a while ago, not to pick on Mike, I would personally think we need to tentatively go through everybody's and then come back, because the biggest hang up is gonna be equipment.
For everybody.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's, I'll take that recommendation.
Mike, go to
Yeah,
Rob.
okay, well, I'll take your recommendation, Commissioner Parton. Commissioner Head, number 2 precinct. Go ahead.
Basically, I mean. Equipment, brother dump the trailer, and brother dump the truck, we've always talked about that. Repairs and supplies, I moved it up a little bit, I mean. I think I went right dramatic on it. I did add a line item for road material, and I didn't add an increase to line item for road material. And, increased my fuel a little bit, but, that's going off this year's fuel consumption and stuff like that,
Yeah, which we expect to be up next year.
roughly what it is.
So back to your road material, you typically been able to get it from lots of different pits. Are you saying you've been shut out of them or all of a sudden you're buying? Because no, I'm just saying,
I get-
historically, your precincts never really had to buy material.
Yeah,
Because
you got a lot.
you have hit on every corner of road base, so.
Well, I mean, we have one that's a pretty rough, I mean, it's a good pit, but it's pretty rough pit. And, we have to do a lot of work with it, but that's on almost, it's close to the Moline part. And then, but so, and then far as, center and closer to Pretty area, I haven't really come across a pit, with a workable. I mean, like Greg Owens has one, but his rock is so darn hard, I really need to get somebody to drill and blast it type deal.
And you got a lot of road work you're planning on doing this next budget cycle, I guess.
Always planning to do
Yeah.
a lot of road work. So,
So
I mean,
the only other question I have is on phones and utilities. You went way up on that. Are you planning on getting internet or something?
yes, sir.
Okay.
Now, I did talk to Summer the other day, there will be no special use material this year.
Correct.
Those are not budget that be your commissioner's workshop, it's not that recommendation.
So what material money you got here?
That's what we got.
What you got?
So,
And this year we have what, 100,000, is that special material?
50.
50. Year before it's 100,000.
Yeah.
And I guess everybody's used some of them.
And you haven't, you and I haven't.
I know.
But say the first year I was in here, we had 100,000 to try to get some upgrade. Only 50 of that was used. Well, then the next year it was 50, which is this year. Well, unless y'all use it, only 25 billion.
Yeah, I'm considering it. I've got a job that I'm working on right now, trying to figure it out, but.
So that's gonna be a difference in your actual material getting used for the year.
They rely on some bids, I guess, and the bad part about it, just like in my precinct, Dale. At one time, I had all the material I could use. With, no, just because of hauling it and labor on it. But when I lost all that, I had nothing. No bids whatsoever.
Well, I understand,
I
cause
couldn't buy it. I couldn't get in and buy it for a cheaper rate than what you can buy it from either Round Passes or buy it from McCoy. Old Ironwood, that's the only choice we have.
I mean, that's the way,
basically from Brady or Dottie House, the rest of my precinct, which is 2/3 of it, I have no material.
I know, and I know we're all, that's the reason I'm thinking this budget, we need to talk to in this workshop. We brought some of this issue up on top. We should invest in a piece of property somewhere if there's any way possible that we can. And buy us a rock crusher where we can, but just like I say, it takes money to do it. You don't have money to do it.
Yep. Anything else, Commissioner Head?
no,
So he's showing, if I'm not, my math's correct, he's showing 110.
Yeah.
Deficit. So.
Okay, my time?
Yep.
Okay.
Schools and training, basically, I left the same, I'm getting by on that. Phones and utilities, I've left the same, I'm getting by on. Equipment, I had put 130,000 in, but that was because I didn't know if we were gonna be able to get a service truck bought. We just did that, so it wouldn't bother me at all to lose the 40 or
Take that off by 40.
Say how much?
40,000 is what we gave for the
Okay,
truck.
Down to 110.
Down-
no, down 90,000.
No.
Talking about equipment from 130 to 90, correct?
And I'll say something on that. We had talked to Kirby Moore. About that backhoe, and this is just, I don't mind anybody borrowing anything. But that backhoe is a little better than 80,000. I would think backhoe would be more of a county piece of equipment than a precinct. But I don't think the precinct 3 should spend all of our money towards a backhoe. And then it'd be a shared piece of equipment. So, I probably won't do anything with backhoe. I do something with a single axle truck sometime during the year. Gonna try to put a water spray rig together, which probably wouldn't be but 10, but I think that was where I had the 90 was like 10,000 for setting the spray rig up and 80 for a backhoe, but y'all do what you want to there because I just don't feel like I need to spend 80,000 of precinct 3's money for a shared piece of equipment.
Okay,
Well, I'll just go off of that. I got a pretty good backup, so I wouldn't ever be borrowing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think there's 3 of us that
Don't have one. Gotcha.
you know,
Well, ours, I mean, like we discussed, ours holds up just fine.
road material is fine. Repaired, same. Miscellaneous income, same. Fuel and all, I think, I mean, I'm fine. We raised 122,000 last year to 30 because we got through about 6,000 gallons a year and it was running right at $5. So I think right now I've still got about 8,000. That's gonna get me through the year. I'll have work for next year. So basically, my only change was the equipment and I've got lots of give on that.
okay. Any questions for Commissioner Parton on that?
When we talked about Bill on their budget about shared equipment. For just like now, how we stand with our bellies and our trucks at each precinct spent 15,000. Who has those and who used them? How's that been used?
Well, they're in my place this week.
The haul truck and trailer is sitting, it has the Mac on it and the trailer. It's been sitting there all week, all last week and all this week, ready to go for anybody that wants to borrow it. It has the Mac truck on it and the haul trailer. And it was used by, by several of us last week. I don't know. And then I think Dale's gonna move something one day this week and I'm gonna move something one day this week. But that's just one thing each day. When I get the rock crusher, I want to go pick it up with the rock crusher, hopefully, and I'm supposed to get that next week, so. If it's free to go, I'll go get it this week, but the belly dumps are behind the brass, behind the Freightliner and Kenworth. So.
That's one of those bills. Sure, the trailer that's behind our Freightliner is the county trailer. I don't guess I've ever refused anybody to use it, but we're gonna be using them this week. And the Mac is gonna be sitting out there with the haul trailer behind it this week in case somebody needs to move equipment.
And I use the CPS trailer on my truck, so. Let my trailer rest for a week. What I did.
I just know that
Share.
precinct 2 is having trouble trying to get some material hauled, and every time he got it, it broke down, and time he got it fixed, it went to somewhere else. So,
Well, we hauled our mile, we hauled our mile last the other day.
Yeah.
We're fixing, on Monday, we're fixing to haul, get the Mac and the KW. And we're gonna run another roughly a mile What's the max to take that?
That's the only way that's gonna work, because even like we started out, when we were gonna haul that 12.5, we started out with 4 trucks, of course, that lasted the 3 loads into the bill. But the only way the shared equipment deal can work is like they go to Jackie and put it on the board.
No, mine's on the board.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
But he's asking where they're at and everything. All you gotta do is look at that board. It's gonna tell you where they're at.
The haul truck can be used at any time in trailer race. We got it.
Oh,
set
well.
up. It's set up to ready to use.
It is for this week.
It was set up last week too.
Yeah, but Monday we'll be taking it to Mac and putting belly dump on.
Yes, agreed. I understand. But then
I was just,
if the other precincts need it, we'll still have some trucks that can pull off of it and use it to move.
But I guess, the question keeps coming up, well, we can't even get the trucks, we don't have anything to haul with. We've got 4 times the hauling capacity we had 1 year ago.
Yeah.
It's good, isn't it?
Yeah,
I think it's pretty good.
I do too. I don't see where it's, an issue.
I don't think it's been an issue, is it? No.
I don't have it.
I'm just asking questions. About.
I mean, equipment's gonna break down, it's gonna break down, so I mean, it's just hard to put them together and try to keep going.
Yeah, well, we had 3 flats this week and we fixed them all. So, yeah, I understand that.
Right, we picked up, we had 6, which, not had anything breaking down with, but we did. But I'm just saying I wish we could figure a way out that we had enough equipment for everything and reduce our $160,000 from each precinct, or 110, whatever it is, our deficit. Instead of buying some of this stuff, but it takes equipment to do our job.
Anything else, Commissioner Parton? Okay, any questions, precinct 3, Commissioner Williams? Go ahead.
So pretty much everything mine's the same all the way down except for equipment. And some of the equipment that I had on there, I wanted to get a mechanical thumb for my backhoe. Also wanted to purchase a used, not a new one, a used riding lawnmower. Bobby Wheeler said he's got several, because I still gotta mow the cemetery out there. And that current one Mike took, but it doesn't mow the cemetery out there because it's a mulching mower,
Which cemetery,
Jones Valley.
Jones Valley, that we have? Okay.
Yeah.
How big is that area? Pretty good area. isn't it?
Yeah. It's a big area. It takes us half a day to get it mowed. And we usually try to mow it 2 or 3 times a year. The other is, I want to get a service truck, and we all found out the last year that everything, you can't get it for 50. It didn't work. So I'd like to get a service truck and a used, maybe a used pickup for me. Since mine's been.
So the Dodge ain't over.
Somebody rolled it, and so it's not.
It's time for something different. I agree, Commissioner Williams.
The only other thing I looked at getting was a dump trailer to pick up, instead of having to use the dump trucks to go move trees and all that other stuff. It should be nice to have a dump trailer that you can use with hydraulics and stuff like that. But I have found one of those dump trailers, and I'm probably going to see, you're going to see it on next week's payables. And so I'm going to I want to lower mine right there to make it to an even 100,000. Because I'm going to get it in this year's budget.
Which one's that? Say that again, Commissioner Williams.
Quickly.
We're
Good to 100, okay.
Yeah.
120.
I couldn't hear.
So that Dodge is giving it up already? The Dodge is giving it up already?
No, but it's pushing 300,000 miles. We've replaced several big items, tickets items on it. We go through tires because it doesn't handle that bed. That bed's not made for that it's too heavy for that, and it just wears out a tire. In about 2 months, the tires are already rolling on it. Mark said there's nothing we can do. He said we need to put the regular bed back on it, is what Mark's recommendation is. So I'm hoping that I can get a trade-in with that unless somebody else wanted it. That's what I'm looking at, is a trade-in. I found several trucks in Brunner's in Stephenville that will do exactly what I'm wanting to do. And so there'll be a newer truck, have low mileage on them, like, $15,000-$20,000, 300,000 miles. But it should last the precinct for at least 7 to 10 years if there's no wrecks, you know what I'm saying?
300,000 miles, it's time.
It's just getting it. I mean, I know it's diesel, but
Yeah.
I mean, Dale's probably got one that's what, 400,000. I don't know. But he just replaced his. And Mike knows what I'm talking about. He got one when he bought that one. It was great for the moment. And then it just, you spend more on it, keeping it up going.
Yeah,
than you
I
do.
mean-
So,
You got that Dodge, you've had that Dodge for almost 4 or 5 years anyway.
yeah, I got it when Coy Henning was here, so. And I guess the next one down is is road materials, and I kept it the same at 50,000. That seemed to work pretty good the last couple of years, and so. The big one for me is tires, where I've kept it around the 3,000. I'm going to up that to 75. Again, that has to do with so much hauling in the trucks, and those truck tires are more. I think everybody else is around 8,000 or something like that. So kind of in line with everybody else. Where Dale raised his fuel last year to 30, I kept mine at 25. And that's not gonna work because I actually, y'all signed it today of doing that transfer. So that's where I'm at the 36. And again, we're all on pretty much the same page on fuel other than that. I also, like Mike, I wanted a 3% raise, and of course that was done all the way across the board too. So
Okay, any questions for Commissioner Williams on precinct 4? Any other questions or comments on precinct budgets?
Well, it looks like we got 60, so we can go back there and get some more.
Is that what we cut, about 60,000?
and so. If my math's correct, that puts me as a negative 154. And I didn't tell Dale's, and Dale's were as well. About 9, right under me. So Mike and I have the highest deficit. People trying to be equal on deficits is what you're saying. I don't think we can get 100% on those, but
No, I think we can get close.
Let's cut, on my equipment, everybody else is cutting, I'll cut some on mine, but they're gonna do.
I'm getting mine this year, so that's what I'm trying to say. So.
We'll try to cut it. 20,000.
So from 150 to 130,
Yes,
okay. So equipment in precinct 150,000 to 130,000.
But Mike and I are the same.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions or comments on precinct budgets? None? Anything else? Summary and comments or questions? We need to look on precinct budgets. You ready to go road and bridge? Okay, road and bridge, G.
$28,
28.
$27.
$100,000 to cover the expense of the road and bridge. But to be considered $100,000 in equipment in road and bridge.
And so, since everybody's got their own, wow, and we're all getting our own stuff, is there something that we wanted to do from Road and Bridge? As a shared equipment? If not, we could pull that 100,000 out of it.
Remember, I wasn't at that meeting.
Right, I
The
understand.
numbers that came involved.
Yeah, I'm asking the board here.
Commissioner Rogers here, Commissioner Williams.
I don't have a problem with that.
Robert?
I mean, but the only thing would be. You know, we talked about the backhoe, but I mean, our backhoe's in decent shape, so I'm not too worried about it. Mike's backhoe, the other backhoe's kind of. Pretty rough, I mean, yours is decent, so I guess it just. It don't make me no difference.
We can get up and get by without our backhoe if everybody's wanting to go in the direction of not having your own equipment. You know, then go that way. Only reason I suggested that was because the equipment was so expensive that I didn't feel like it was feasible for the county, for everybody to have trucks in back belly dumps. You know, but if that's the way y'all want to go, I can say this, when I go to Comanche, you get a little jealous and a little irritated whenever you see their precinct marked with 4 belly dumps and backhoes per precinct. But they've also done it with FEMA. They did not do it with county. So, you know, I just thought it was well, I know it's a lot cheaper option for people to rotate and share the trucks and trailers because they are expensive, but if that's not the direction y'all want to go, put it in your budget and take it out of the road and bridge. I don't care. Okay. And
I use my backhoe all the time,
I guess I kind of would.
but I don't have a rubber tire loader.
Yeah.
If I had a rubber tire loader, I may not use the backhoe. Because I use my bucket for quite a bit of stuff, so, that would be my only thing is. But if everybody's getting, I'm for just taking it out this year. We can put it back in next year if we want. And
Commissioner Rogers for taking it out, Commissioner Head.
But does that really do anything to the deficit on the precincts?
I mean, it gives me $100,000 for them, I mean, not still gonna have to either compromise, cut. Or. This gives me $100,000 to transfer to each precinct, that
25,000 to put in each precinct.
Well, then everybody's.
it. I don't have any input on how y'all. Y'all have to decide whether y'all are gonna share it out, you know, go and buy your own equipment.
Have we not shared our equipment?
Oh, yeah.
Huh?
Yeah,
Yeah, but he's saying to purchase this is what he's saying. As a shared equipment. And
I don't know if any of us have turned anybody down about.
no, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the purchases of shared equipment. It seems like y'all are wanting away from that. We bought 2 trucks and 3 belly dumps. With Unified Road and Bridge money. So that is shared equipment, but it seems like y'all are wanting to get away from that. That's all I'm saying. I mean, it don't make me any difference. I mean, I think we were fortunate the year that we bought the Freightliner. It has held together, but at that point, I had $12,500 in equipment for the year. About 100 and something thousand. And that was 2 years ago. I had to call Jason and say, hey, would you want to partner on this truck? I don't have it in my budget. So we partnered on the truck.
I mean, I need to cut expenses or figure out how to raise more money, that's.
I still think you take the 100,000 out this year, but. Unless somebody has a plan of what they wanna buy. And I'm not hearing any.
Yeah. Commissioner Rod, any comments?
I've already made
Yeah.
mine, take it out.
Okay.
I'm for taking it out.
Taking it out, Robert,
Okay.
taking it out.
The
If-
next big one was repairs and supplies, and that's gonna, y'all have already seen that already with this shared equipment with the trucks and trailers that we've gotten. And so that is a huge increase, but I think that, we're gonna need that. We know those trucks are not cheap when you buy stuff. And we also added 10,000 to tires to help with the tire situation. Since you have over 50 tires on the ground now, so. And that will help, that's gonna help with each of y'all's line item, even personal line item, that's extra tire money, so.
Okay,
And so now all those transfers down there will change, some of them will. With the, no, yes,
Those four transfers are, you take that first number and then revenue divided by the amount of miles you have, those will be transfers.
okay,
The transfers will come from the general fund, which I have not entered any of these transfers in because I have no idea where we were living. Maybe I should have, so you can see. And maybe we take a break and I go down and redo it and make all these adjustments and bring you up with the problems so you can see where we're at.
what do you want to do? Take a break and get those numbers back? Come back in after lunch? Mr. Williams?
Do you feel like we're kind of headed in the right direction? You always.
But if you can't see how we're progressing, you're not going to be able to see how we're progressing.
that's fine,
Yeah, let's take a break, look at the numbers and then come back and,
Resume at 1 o'clock.
you know,
We can do that. I mean, this is important. We gotta get this right. Would 1 o'clock be all right? Summer to give enough time to do those numbers when you do later or what?
1:30,
1:30?
Yeah, that way I can have a little time.
You might want some lunch too,
Well, then I need to payroll.
and payroll, and maybe get about it real quick. So is one,
what we learned this morning, we're not employees, so we don't need.
You don't get the,
We're elected.
so is 1:30 a good time to go back and recess?
All my numbers.
Okay, we'll probably need a motion on this.
I make the motion that we go to recess and resign at 1:30.
Motion has been made by Commissioner Williams to go into recess to 1:30 on the budget workshop. I'll second that motion by, the discussion. All those in favor of going to recess and starting back again at 1:30 on the budget workshop, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, we're now out of budget workshop temporarily until we reconvene at 1:30.
Everybody leaves, let me let you know that the air conditioner's out in district courtroom. And we have district court scheduled on Wednesday. So we're probably gonna be using this room.
We had trouble with that last month, didn't we?
I don't remember with that one, but I know that you had talked about having another workshop.
Yeah.
I need this room on Wednesday.
It seems kind of hot in here. I don't know if y'all feel it. I don't think it's cooling real good in here. too. Yeah. Okay. We will see you about 1:30. Oh.
So.
Then I'll just hit record. That's that. It's still recording?
Yeah.
So I don't need to do anything? Okay, we are recording, folks. We'll wait a few more minutes for Summer to get here, our treasurer.
Summer, she's printing some stuff off.
Okay,
He texted,
Uh,
said she's doing it.
we are recording, folks, so we'll wait for County Treasurer Campbell to get here. And we will begin. So I had to check the weather. I know northern's good morning. Do we have like a 10 or 20% chance tomorrow?
Had this looked at, we got a front between around Abilene.
So it's on the way.
Yeah, we didn't bring no jackets.
Yeah,
Oh, Jeff's fine.
well, I got mine. I got,
Play cherry elephant good.
yeah, I'm showing,
I feel praised to death.
I'm showing now the high tomorrow is 96
Oh, I'll take it.
and low is 73. Wednesday, the low is 69.
Oh, 69.
Yeah, yeah, we'll be freezing to death on it.
It'll be about 5 o'clock.
Oh, I think I'll get up, so yeah. Rather than lows, 79, 89. Ice cream, Robert, I may need a nap.
Where'd you go eat lunch?
Dairy Queen.
Very clean. Big crowd out there.
No. Not for me.
I went home for leftovers. Who? She came back. She's gonna be here a few more weeks. She starts to work about 1st September for a family law firm called Armstrong and Company Family Law Practice in Dallas. And they also have offices in Plano. It's like 9 people.
Roads are complete.
Yeah, I don't think it's working as good in here. It seems pretty warm.
Just to have no speed drive. Sure, it is. It's fine, have to work.
Yeah,
Fine, we'll keep it on 78.
yeah,
I don't think that's the record at all.
yeah. Hate to see him running all the time.
Yeah. I know.
Well, that compressor, the guy told me a while ago, that compressor's gone.
Yeah, it blew up. Okay. Ms. Campbell, are we ready to begin? Maybe. Okay, I'm gonna gavel us back in. Budget workshop is back in session. The time is 1:32 PM. We took a break to have lunch and also run a few numbers that our county treasurer, Ms. Campbell, has provided us apparently with this printout. Summer, you want to talk about what you just brought us, or?
I did front back this film. Okay, the first thing is page 13. On 656. We'll go over, it's $532,000, that's the amount of funds that are saved to cover each of your receipts.
Okay,
So if we go to page 15. We'll see that mine has $157,000, we took out, general fund, government deficit.
okay,
Then we go to number page 18. On 927, no, I'm sorry, 928. You will see $111,000, that's to cover precinct 2 steps.
okay,
Page 21, I'm sorry. 928. You will see $90,000 to cover that deficit. Lowering each of your equipment to the amounts that you asked. And page 24. Precinct 4 transfer, $155,000. Just to confirm with y'all that I got the equipment right. Mike, you asked for $130,000 in equipment, we changed it to one, but. Robert, I don't think you need anything to line. Bill on lower yours to $90,000. Jason, yours was at 100,000.
100,000.
The road and bridge, we took 100 out. Not in Smith, and that one. 830 revenue, 826. So then in law enforcement. The first line you asked me to increase was on the revenue side, and you asked me to increase. Commissions, $15,000 that is that. Then I think we decided to do the comment. City of Lebanon and the sheriff's side, increase bills of $38,000.
What page are you on?
Right.
What page?
Oh, 31, sorry. And then deputy training, we increased to $3,000. Bill side, you asked me to increase utilities $10,000.
Yeah.
Actually increased the transfer by $924. And towards in that, or the maintenance department. On page 8, you'll see that the custodians of both and the
Yeah, that's a good move. You took the,
What happened in January? But the fact in the UPDR is not correct.
So that should be 36,
Yeah.
634.
That's correct. Doesn't affect. Too much. On my page 14, we'll look at that, we'll start with the general fund, total incomes versus the expenses.
Wait just a second here. Page 14. Okay. Okay.
Roughly 298,000. Difference.
We gotta take away the 30 that I've been reading on the past salary.
Oh. Well, that would be deducted that, right?
Yeah. So I guess it's open to questions and discussions on this part.
268.
Okay, commissioners.
That's 268 to the parts of the drive.
I thought she said, you said 30?
So you gotta add 30 to that, this total here first, because she messed it up. Yeah, you see what I'm saying? And then when you divide it, you subtract it out.
What you got?
It's an expense, so you gotta add it to the expense side.
This is the beginning of the third. So maybe I got your paychecks from close there.
But now we're gonna talk about, we have just open questions.
Yeah, just take off. Go ahead. What are your thoughts, Commissioner Williams?
Well, I got I mean, we answered some this morning, one for summer. On Fund 45. I mean, like this morning, we did the budget amendments. You know, the line item amendments. I mean, Judge Johnson signed off on them, but who's in charge of all those line items? Does it come from the court fund or?
Okay. Tell me where you're looking,
Fund 45,
that's the court fund, that's not expense,
Mike Smith, but this morning, he signed off on that transfer.
that should have been his, that's not the law.
But it said from,
We should have signed the 145. I should have signed it, I should have signed it. So basically, it's a combined effort when we do expenses out of that fund. My cubic tells me he needs something, Tommy tells me he needs something,
right,
and then I do all the other work. Monthly. bills.
yes, that's why I'm confused, but,
We're talking line item transfers.
yes, ma'am.
Okay. Oh, I jumped them all in on.
Well, it's still, my question is gonna follow up on the funds. We're not in your report, but yeah, we haven't. It's the last one of the transfers this morning.
$4,704.
That's not fine.
That's where I was confused.
I should have signed it. Bonnie should sign it for my.
Okay.
I usually come. I can talk about them and then.
But nobody hasn't signed anything from this morning yet.
These were signed before
Well,
they admitted to.
So it's before, yeah, so
So the
see,
agreement that's supposed to sign there. Fine, transfer the budget and stuff.
that would clear up my next few questions on the
Okay.
budget. So that answered that budget question that I had. Okay. Let's see. Only thing that I wanted to mention on this, on the budget. That. Maybe it's just me, I don't know, but. I think it's an awesome job that we're doing a 3% raise all the way across the board. But. The question I have is when we do a 3% raise across the board, I think it needs to be equal 3% across the board. There is a few. Elected officials that got more than 3% raise. So I reached out to TAC and said, what if we change that to make it equal 3%? We have to repost all those salaries again, and you have to redo the grievance thing to do that. And you have to do that before the 15th. Well, what's the 15th? Tomorrow.
Today's 14th, it's tomorrow.
So basically, that transparency was not made known to the court beforehand. And so I think that those two offices that got that bigger raise, I mean, they got a bigger raise compared to everybody else. It's not really equal fairness. And the reason that they said they got it is they just wanted to be fair. Well, I don't think that's fair if we're going to give everybody raises. So I don't know if there's something that, from those departments or what their reasoning was in court in y'all's meeting. So I guess that's what my question is when you had them in, what was their reasoning for such a high raise?
Well, it matched other counties around us. JP's the same salary crew as all commissioners and elected officials.
But didn't she and the vehicle registration take their jobs on the salaries that was set?
Well, I'm sure that's before I came in.
And so everybody gets their raises, so they're getting the same raises as we are, but based on their regular salaries. That's what I'm trying to figure out. I just don't. I mean, that's like picking and choosing who you want to get a raise and who you don't want to get a raise.
Just from the HR side, that's how it's been perceived.
Okay,
But there's no way we can change it.
Right, it's too late, I think we should move on.
I just want it to be noted that, I'm not a big fan of that, picking and choosing expenses there, or raises.
Should the pay raises across the board or something? I'll be done in the budget process. As opposed to
It
kind
should
of prior.
have been submitted to you, the elected officials, sorry, should have been submitted to you, where not.
Yes,
It doesn't come to my office. It's not my office.
yes, we got them for the elected officials,
Well, these are elected officials.
these are all elected.
but
And then you should have gotten this in your packet last Monday.
yes,
Well, that's when I did the math, but it was too late last week.
And not everybody's basically.
But. And I don't know their offices, I'm not in the courthouse, but those are the two offices that close at noon on Fridays. And so they're not here and everybody else works.
But they're still working 40 hours a week because they're open during lunch.
Well, we work during lunch. So I mean, if that's your, I mean, that's your excuse is they work during lunch, well, we work during lunch. Why not give us an extra 1.5%?
I don't know, there's much we can do right now. Is there summer, like you said?
There's nothing, talking to tax, there's nothing unless, I mean, we can, but you've got to start the grievance process and you got to repost it for 2 weeks in the
Let
newspaper.
us move on. We can't do anything about this. It is what it is it not?
It is what it is, but I just wanted this court to know that I did not like that.
It's on record now, but like I say, we'll deal, it is what it is.
And then, my next concern is, on page 2, I don't know if it's on page 2 of this budget. The judge's expense. The judge's expense, where we got. Last one, calculator and all that stuff. Meeting expense of 6,500. I'm not necessarily saying that we don't need to do the 6,500 because I don't know. But I think that that does not need to be all under meeting expenses. Because you do have to do school and trainings.
Yes.
And so my thing is you need to, I think you need to have it separated so that the court knows or future judges in the future know that, hey, I gotta go, I still gotta do my training. Because you have no trainings. This is, if you read this, you're just saying you're going to meetings.
Summer, what do you recommend we do on that?
I don't know what you're.
I'm all for that. I mean, changing around, Commissioner Williams.
But I mean, if you keep it as meetings, that's saying you're gonna travel at the minimum rate, you're gonna get reimbursed for 3,225 miles for the meetings. Or 33
Meeting
meetings.
expense.
I just don't, I just think it maybe ought to be
Okay,
something more related to like. To divide them out, 3,000 and 3,000 or something like that.
okay,
Just so that it's.
let's do that. Let's do 3,000, 3,000.
I mean, you can do a line item later if needed be, but. I
We're on
think
page 2.
Knock the 500 off then.
so-
Well, yeah, take 5, that's fine. Take 500 off, do 3,000 and 3,000. So 3,000 for meeting expense. I know some of those on TAC. Yeah.
So I mean, that was my only recommendation that we keep
Okay.
that not blanket out.
Well, then the money from the state goes where?
It's reimbursed back to his mom. For his school, if he was out of schools and training, I put it back in schools.
So if she's saying if you do 3,000, 3,000.
3,000 is 6,750.
$6,500 plus $750 total. for training, because we'll get reimbursed.
Well, he just said 3,000, 3,000.
Yeah,
65 years, so that doesn't.
Oh, that's what
So, it's clear, one answer, one person talking. Where and what?
3,000 and 3,000 is fine with me on schools and training and 3,000 on meeting expense.
I just-
I know, that's
I was-
that's
I
fine.
wasn't
That's
correct.
fine.
I just corrected you.
who's in charge of that one, what else, security expense? We talked about that one this morning. The next is page 12, question I have. And this is line item 210, accounting expense. The accounting expense is for Charles. And it's going from 6,000 to 10,000. And does that, this increase, is this the increase to cover all budgets, doing the budget next year, or do you know why the increase? Or Judge or
You know, I
Charles?
anticipated spending more time this year than we did last year, 3 years. In the process. Last year, you budgeted 6. I did a 49.70 for the actual work. I anticipate this year be more than 6, but you can tell me how many more budget periods you're gonna have. And how many-
Yeah, I can't. I just want to make sure my head was clear on why we're going up.
That's why we're going up.
And so. And that was something we didn't even go over. We just kind of
Well,
mentioned.
that's that number. I visited with Charles about that number several times. And that was a number, Charles, so I could work with that on the 10,000.
And that. Okay, and so, also, does that mean you're gonna help with the website and all that other stuff too? With all the postings and the websites and all that requirements? You're just doing this part,
But I haven't had the training.
okay, because that added a bunch this last year. There were several new training, new postings and all that. Some of that doesn't necessarily have to piss off, I mean, with the courthouse, but with the tax, I mean, but we have, we're liable for it if they're not posted. Comes back to the entities. Okay, so Judge, that falls on me then. Okay. That's all the questions that I wrote down that I've been through. Unless y'all want to go back over something else. Anybody?
Anything else?
I've had some questions, not necessarily issues with it since it started. I'm getting deep stuff here. Since I've been here last year, the road hands or the employees got $1.20 an hour. I think that's a pretty hefty increase for 1 year. The last 2 years, the employee insurance has raised dramatically. Did again this year. And I expressed it earlier on, but it looks like that's where we're headed, and I just don't know that this year with the insurance increases, that it's a good year for another pay hike. The other thing on the schooling, and I guess I'm out in left field on that. I think everybody knows their hours that they got to have for the year. And I really think to simplify everything, it's so much per credit hour for the year. But I've expressed that, so I don't guess either one of them actually went anywhere.
So you're saying like $100 for credit hours, so like we have to have 16, you're saying their budget should be 1,600. I mean, that's a scenario.
I've asked, yes, that's a scenario.
Okay.
You know, I've asked, and it's varied from department to department, but I'm just trying to simplify the process.
I think that's a good idea until you get down to actually doing the calculations where an elected official has more than one job title where like me trying to do treasurer, investment, HR, risk management, all of these. Some goes every other year, and the other year, that's something Sonia has for elections. You know, you have more than one thing you have to do.
And the sheriff has jails,
Well, this
law
is not
enforcement.
administrator can go with that.
and then, but
Yes,
he's our emergency coordinator. That he's supposed to be going to, isn't he?
Yeah, I can't say that I know every single bit of his training off the top of my head.
And I
And it's not
understand.
what you want to go to, it's what's statutorily
Yeah.
required. It's what you're saying.
That's what I'm saying is, there's a lot of stuff that would benefit the person. But to me, what the county is responsible for paying for is what's mandated. And I understand there's rather yearly deal, you know, on some of the stuff, but I also think that can be figured easy enough.
So you'll do it. I got you.
Give me the hours and yeah, I'll do it.
It's hard to, it's easy for some things because you just know yours is 16 hours. Right?
Yeah.
So every year, I don't know how many credit hours they're gonna get in me to go to like HR or tax. risk management. In fact, the other day I went to workshop and didn't get any hours, but it benefits the county to have somebody involved in those programs. And it should have been a judge, a commissioner, not me, but I know it benefits the county when they go to assess our liabilities, that they know somebody's involved in taking part in the trainings and knows what's happening.
Oh, I understand, like I said, we've talked about it, I've talked to Judge about it, I've talked to Jason, I don't know, but. I guess my whole deal is this simplification where you don't have to deal with this every year in the budget.
I think the money should be spent on going to school and training, not having what, I don't use my money to go run once to go to training. I don't need it. If I have a regional treasurer's meeting, that comes out of my pocket. That's not a have to do, it's a networking thing, it's good for me to do, but it's not.
And I've encouraged everybody, go to these seminars, it's good to talk shop with people, all these other treasurers, whoever you go with, meet, it's good to talk shop.
That's,
That's good.
well, that, no,
But I know,
My personal view on that is, I'm not gonna make pay for that, it's not required.
yeah. I think that's the way a responsible person would do it, but I don't think that's always what we're doing, something. And you can't help that.
Yeah,
I guess the only other thing I've got, and we've all ordered some, but I have to go back to actually 2 years ago. If we're gonna try to get this budget kind of in order, in line, is, we're precinct to precinct, I think we're asking, and I know equipment's high. But I think we're asking for too much money. That's all I know. For the whole thing.
okay. Anyone else?
So, what's the rest of the calendar look like? What are we gonna?
Well, let me tell you, the proposed tentative schedule, if we stick to it, next week, Monday, August 21st. Well, we have a tentative agenda, public hearing on county budget for 23-24. Consider an act to approve salaries and allowances of elected officials. Consider an act on the 2023-24 budget and consider an act on tax rate. Again, that's the tentative schedule.
But you have the tax rate for today's agenda.
Consider a proposed tax rate, proposed tax rate.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't read. That was me.
Yeah.
That's proposed. I didn't read. Yeah, yes, okay.
so we'll get into the binder, if you feel like you can't vote next Monday, we have to have a 10-day. So we have a 10-day window before when we post it in the paper.
We got, I think, 10 and 25 days to post the proposed budget, which was done on August the 3rd, I believe, the county clerk's office.
I know, but if you have to have another public
Oh.
hearing. That push it back into September, because you have to have 10 days or whatever, how many,
I can't remember. Charles, do you remember that number?
I had, sorry. What was the question?
Talking about if we change anything up until I had a proposed budget hearing, not next week, but the following week or sometime. We have to make some more posting and notices.
Yeah.
What's that? Say that again.
Yes. You could postpone it.
well, it's already posted in the paper for Monday. Do we have to get 10 days notice?
Like, that would be probably not in the part of that.
Because it doesn't mean it's right. Right, okay.
But it was in that office, we need to put it all in one more week.
Well, it requires a 10-day, notice if you're raising the salaries. So we'll have to do that one. And so that's already on the agenda for Monday, correct?
And it's already posted, or it should be posted in the paper last week or this week.
Okay.
So it's not even on the-
Was that Charles?
So you're saying we didn't do 10 days on salaries?
I believe
I don't know when it was posted. Was it posted in last week's paper?
yeah, we had posted last week's paper on the proposed budget.
No, it says.
The salaries the week before that,
No,
on the salaries of proposed elected officials.
On the elected officials, they
next
were.
Monday you have. Read it again, Jason.
I don't have next Monday.
Oh,
When I was reading it next Monday. Proposed public hearing on county budget. Consider an act to approve salaries and allowances of elected officials. Consider an act on 23-24 budget. Consider an act on tax rate.
Considering an act on your budget is passing the budget.
Yeah, and it's, and the
Yes.
requirement says at least 10 days before a public hearing, if the salaries and expenses and other allowance of elected officials are being increased. So you gotta have 10 days before the public hearing. At least 10 days.
Have you done the posting on that?
Yes,
Yes.
When did you post?
a
Is
couple
it-
weeks ago,
So.
2 or 3 weeks ago,
Yeah.
maybe longer.
That seems,
Yeah,
That was the salary.
that's the salary increase, yes. So that one's good. But he's only done 7 days, not even 7 days, if he just posted the public hearing for Monday.
Remember whether what was posted in the paper was.
Was in last week's paper on Wednesday when it came out.
Yeah, but we're having court on Monday.
Proposed, there was a proposed budget. I've got that down in my office. I don't remember the exact wording.
But Wednesday, till the, not today,
Till Monday.
the next Monday, the weekend.
Wednesday, if he did it last Wednesday, it Wednesday,
did it
Wednesday.
The last Wednesday, not 10 days, I'm just saying, if we don't, if we. We voted on the budget on Monday, we have to post again and then wait another. Just 10 days, would that be, that would be in time for the next.
I don't have all that in front of me, so I don't.
Ed, do you remember all the requirements from your days as judge?
Yes. And this is from memory, that my read on it was that you posed for the proposed. Hearing on the proposed budget that you filed.
Yes.
But it was proposed, it's on the website, it's August 2nd. There was an ad in the paper, a notice.
Yeah.
Notice, maybe should have said in salaries notice. But I would, and meanwhile, the court suggested that you post further. I would go ahead and have the hearing on the proposed budget, that the preamble to be posted, the last would only have preamble to the hearing, say. This is the hearing on the proposed budget. Since then, the court's recommended these following adjustments, just that they be simple, like someone just went through a, you know, a one thing schedule, and here's what's saying, here's what the proposed thing.
Okay.
And we'll walk it is, that the court, after the proposed budget is posted, can make any changes it needs the best interest of the taxpayer of the county. So, the same would be the following thing is in the best interest of the taxpayer of the county. We're gonna have a hearing on the proposed budget, making changes and move ahead. Disclosure on another one.
Yeah. But as far as the proposed schedule, then you think everything's still okay for a tentative schedule for next week, what I just read?
Yes, if you make sure you have a little publicized the proposed changes. They should propose changes to the.
Proposed changes.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Charles, what was that?
He's making jokes.
Oh,
Proposed.
which is what makes this whole process really confusing, is the word proposed thrown in there about 15.
You could ask the county.
Ask who?
Gerald. Gerald.
Dalton County Attorney. Okay. Well, I will check in that this afternoon.
Okay.
Okay? Anything else? We ready to get out of the budget workshop?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
One other thing.
yes, sir.
On your agenda today, you've got retirees,
Well, we're gonna discuss that, Charles, number after we get out of workshop.
but in the budget process, it becomes a possibility you may have to.
Well, I was gonna make a notation about that. There's two options. You can go and make a lump sum payment, or we can go through and finance over a 15-year period, which I was gonna read, and we got to December 15th. I know what you're saying. If we're gonna put the lump sum payment in there, we gotta have the money if we do that.
Yes, before you.
Yeah.
Talking about tax rates, you really need to. Either put that in the budget or not put it in the budget. If you don't put it in the budget, probably can't do that cost of living increase. It's not this year,
Yeah, that's what I told you.
because it's probably not in the budget.
Okay,
That's why I think if you want, if you're gonna do it, it should be included in this. Budget.
okay.
So we need to stay in the workshop.
We haven't left the workshop yet.
No, we hadn't had that workshop.
That's what I'm saying, no, we need to stay in there.
The plan was to have the retirement specialist come up in a month or so, talk about that. He had told us we had till December 15th put it in there. I know what you're saying, that on finding the budget and money for it.
Like, you need another workshop before Monday.
And where is that at?
What are you asking?
Where would I find that retirement COLA?
We don't have it in. There. It's not.
There's not a line
Yeah.
item before in the past or anything.
I think probably look at if they had initially done it.
We did something years ago when Kurt Folk was here.
Increase the 14% your. The county is putting in, they'll increase the portion of that, they take
Yeah.
paid off. I'm guessing that's probably how it's supposed to be.
I think that's correct, but that's the way it's done, it's increased in the county contribution spread out over the 15
Yeah.
period. It's probably-
That's what I was told we could do if we go that route instead of possibly lump sum payment. But we can do another workshop, gentlemen, or what are you going to do?
So do we
Put in
know
the
that?
budget, we need to discuss
Well,
it.
if you pay it up front. Which
Or
we have
pay
to
that-
create a line item for it, or you can increase. The portion they take out, we pay them 14%. So right now we can pay like
10.5 or something?
10.62 goes to retirement, the rest of it goes to what we're gonna pay in future. They would increase that to like 11 something. And 10.62 to cover the cost. If there's no change in the budget, it just happens. When I pay into the TCDRS contributions, they take a bigger portion of it to pay retirement. So there's no change in the.
But if you do a lump sum, you gotta put a figure in there.
It's like 146,000.
The figure, yeah,
Pretty good thought.
pretty good chunk, yeah.
How many retirees do we have?
47. That's retirees and beneficiaries.
35 retirees, 11 beneficiaries.
Which again, when we came there, I was gonna have a little discussion about that, but. What would y'all like to do, folks? Think we need a budget workshop this week or what?
Well, all it says on item 6 is discussion, so we can act and not. Well, it's me, I think.
Well, that was for today, just discussion, and then move forward after that. Yeah, that's why I did that discussion. I was gonna get that retirement specialist come in and do a workshop or a budget or their commissioner's court. Because it is complicated. It's also a big chunk of money. I want to make sure we all know exactly what is there. So that was the reason it's discussion.
But if we do the lump sum, we gotta do it in budget.
Yeah, that's right. That's correct.
So if we don't do it in the budget, we can just do it in our,
Yeah, that's right.
and then you can do it up until December, is what you're saying.
So December the 15th is the date I've been told.
But we don't put it in the budget, that's the only route we can. go.
Yeah, it's the only route we can go.
But that money would actually, if you did it over the period of time, would actually come from the investment side of the retirement. I mean, from what it's making to come up with it, or they just take out the county portion.
Yeah, that's
Am I-
my understanding. But we're contributing 14% of payroll, right?
Yeah.
So we put that number in every month, 14%.
And we're
10.62% of that is going to pay,
It's all they get, it's all the retiree gets.
that's how they're.
Right?
Well, what would happen if we did the, say, 147,000, it raised that contribution to 11.3 or 4, something like that. We're still putting in 14%. So we got cut.
Well, where's the other 3%?
We're explaining before.
Okay. Ed, you want to explain it? Ed's expert. Ed, come up here and explain it.
I can explain it. The retirement deal with our employees, they put in 7, it's really a defined contribution. They put in 7%, county puts in 14, and then, there's natural assumptions that line pay up, which long as they live, for the beneficiaries. Now, the check goes up full monthly, please still rest, it has investment. And that investment income is the reason that the 14% the county puts in doesn't have to be 14. It's a number each year based on how much they made or didn't make. Investment. And this year it sounds like it's coming out, someone said 10.6%. So they're saying, okay, if you want to give everybody more money, use the, instead of 10.6, it might have to be 11.5 or some other number. And you're thinking, requiring what we put in 15, if investment money is going to cover the part of 10%. Well, the problem, and it's either like our financial statements, is there is a pension, unfunded pension deficit on existing retirees. And I don't know the exact number. but I
It's
think-
around $1 million. Yeah.
And that was a bummer we couldn't just plug it and solve. It's also not one that's gonna get solved manually, it's gonna get solved over time. So the approach I put in 4 years ago was, okay, if the deal's 14 from the county, 17, we're just gonna budget 15 to sign up the time. And the fact that it's above 10.6 or 9.5 or whatever it was, it's big, the numbers just chips away at that unfunded pension liability. So what you're describing, going from 10.6 to that investment income absorb the increase in the retirements, this means it's going to reduce the amount that you chip away at the unfunded pension liability. It's pleasing a bigger problem, but not a new problem. It's that.
Yeah.
So it could be 10 years down the road, it could be 20 years down the road, but if you don't adjust it accordingly, you'll be in trouble. But we do have the leeway to do it.
Yeah, and again, I don't think the lump sum's gonna be there. That's why I really hadn't proposed doing it in the current budget. They came to us, Commissioner Williams and I were at a meeting 3 months ago. It was brought to us by this Ralph Wallace. We hadn't done anything on the budget. Of course, other people, retirees have come to us. I know all the commissioners have these people reach out. I'd like to do something if we can. The last cost of living adjustment was 2017. So anyways, one of those deals, if we could, it'd be nice, but we haven't agreed on anything yet. And again, I want more information from our retirement specialist to explain this whole process in the next month or two. And his name is Ralph Wallace, which he said he'd be glad to come anytime.
But if we pass this one-time budget deal and we decide in December, we're pretty well gonna be on with the other direction. Right?
Well, you won't do the lump sum.
You're going to do the lump sum, won't be,
It's one or the other.
yeah,
And wait until December, you only got.
you only have to do the financing parts.
Well, we have 2 now, we would only do 1.
Yeah.
Or January or
And again, the figure was a $142,000 lump sum payment if we did the 3% cost of living adjustment to our retirees, right? Which, that's a lot of money, as you all know.
And they would get that in one check? Or is that spread out over the year?
It's spread out. Increases are- yeah. Yeah.
I was just curious.
It takes place in January.
They might like it in one spot. One extra check.
Well, I had somebody call me Friday and told me about the last time they got a 3%, it went from $1,213 to $1,233.
Yeah, well, even if you figure 30% on 50,000, that's $1,500 a year. So by the time you take your FICA and stuff, and very few of them are making 50. So you're probably looking at $100 a month increase. Minus your deductions. So you're probably on a 3% increase, you're probably looking at maybe $20 a week. And that's around,
Tell you all those numbers.
Yeah.
I do.
Yeah.
I could go.
I mean, that's redneck, yeah. Yeah. but that's redneck or round number figures.
Right, right.
Well, and again, commissioners, I'm not saying we need to do this, or I'm not saying we do not. I don't know. We just need to look at more figures. Because it kind of came on to us late. And I just think it's an important decision. We need to get more information from our retirement specialists.
Well, I think
Yeah.
Ralph gave you 3 months ago.
But we hadn't started to put.
No, well, it doesn't matter whether you start touching or not, we need to talk about it. So it's not coming too late, we just didn't address it.
Yeah.
And you know, I just can't make every meeting and.
You were at,
Everything, yeah.
you were at that investment conference.
Okay. Anything else on the budget? Hear nothing, we'll go out of session for the budget. We'll go back into regular commissioners court. The time is 2:20 PM. We will go to number 5, consider an act on proposed tax rate for 2023. And Mr. Charles Miles, we take the lead on that, please.
We did the budget based on last year's tax, which is 60.61. 5.89 of that is the general sinking fund. 45.05 cents for the general fund, 9.67 cents for the other very special. Those very special is exactly what it was last year. The general fund breakdown between interest and sinking and general different, but the overall tax rate is based on that 60.61%. 60.61 cents. So y'all can either approve that or you can raise that or decrease that, but the budget that you've been looking at based on that.
Okay. Questions?
Do
Charles-
you know what the number would be? I mean, where we standing, are we gonna be in a deficit or? We don't know that, do we?
Well, look at your proposed budget and look at the last page.
Gotcha.
And that may be important for y'all all to take a look at it. I think I'm the only one looking at it, go look at it to make sure all the numbers are right. Kind of needed.
Fourth and fifth set line? I'm good at staying at the same tax rate, right?
I am too. Down there, commissioners, are there any comments on the tax rate, like the current tax rate that we used last year for this year?
It's same, we make the same money when we're all out on it.
Is that it?
With the current rate that Charles just gave us from last year, it's gonna be all right as far as our income and our expenses. Playing that money together.
Right now, we're looking at about $294,000.
And we always turn money back every year too, do we now?
Historically, y'all hold one way.
So it's always,
So, yeah. I mean, what Charles is saying, you could actually lower the taxes, but you can't lower it more than so much and, but but. I remember, Mike, you and I remember when it was 880, see, so.
If we have that sort of surplus, I suggest that we budget some of that somewhere. So that if you have an event that know about now, that will later not be considered an emergency, you have funds to put in that direction. And I would do that miscellaneous expense or contingency. Miscellaneous expense or contingency. And I don't have that now. That's, I've had an auditor tell me. Start budgeting your surplus a little bit, so you don't have to go back and make budget amendments, you have it there.
I'm good with that.
But basically, aren't we, by these figures, we're at $301,000.
296,000.
And she's saying on that leftover money budgeted in the contingency or miscellaneous or something for unexpected. Or expected. Yeah, but some of it. You see what I'm saying? And so it's a balanced budget. In a way.
And that's not saying it's very complicated, you may want to think about it, you may want to have another workshop later this week. If you have questions between now and then. And if you're supposed to vote on it on Monday.
You all want to have another workshop this week, commissioners?
Yeah, I'm good with it on Friday if you.
Thursday or Friday, I mean,
Go through this whole budget.
making 72 hours. Thursday afternoon or Friday morning, what would be better for everybody? We gotta do 72 hours in advance, Friday,
Afternoon,
okay,
You're what? I'm sorry.
I have a doctor's appointment Friday morning at 9:30, but it, anytime after that.
so anytime after lunch on Friday, work with your schedule.
That works for everybody else, I'm good rest of the week, Thursday and Friday, just like short period of time.
How does Friday at 1:30 sound, commissioners?
Can we change the proposed tax rate?
Yeah.
Yes, that's what he's saying.
That's
Yeah.
what you're about to vote.
That's what he's about to vote.
Well, like recorded, well, the post rate. At this meeting or in another meeting. Yeah, you can still change the tax rate. You don't have to go on the tax rate until that class agenda.
But if we change the proposed tax rate, it'll go in and change all this. We'll change the total figures. Income.
Revenue side.
Yeah, revenue.
Change the revenue side.
And for every, right now, you're at 60.61. For every 1 cent you decrease that rate. It will cost about 82,000. In tax. For each 1 cent, percent, each 1 cent decrease.
1 penny decrease.
Yeah, and that's 606.1.
And that figure again, for every 1 penny is $82,000. Okay. Okay,
If you're gonna leave the tax rate, which is gonna come on, you probably need to put in 124,000 on that cost of living raise this line, just in case you should. And you put it all in just like, put 124,000 in that line. You can choose to use it or not later on. You can choose to either spend it or
you said 124,000, you're talking about the possible retiree deal, you're talking about, yeah, 142,000, yeah, yeah,
whatever that can be.
okay. Okay. How about Commissioners, Friday at 1:30, is that a good time for everybody? For another budget workshop? A good time for everybody?
Is that gonna give everybody time to, on Friday, to get everything straightened back out, all these changes, stuff made
For Monday?
for the weekend, for Monday? Or do we need to do it on Thursday?
How about,
We did on Thursday?
Yeah, we can do it on
how
Thursday.
about Thursday afternoon? Does that work with your schedule?
Everybody's.
Yeah, I agree. I'd rather do it Thursday afternoon. What time? Yeah.
That's all, that was my.
Would Thursday afternoon 1:30 work with your schedule? Okay. So Thursday afternoon 1:30 now. What about our 72-hour timeline? Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We're at 2:30 right now. We got posted 72 hours notice, so it's gonna have to be after Thursday at 2:30, correct? I believe that's right. So we could do Thursday at 3 p.m. That's what I'm saying.
Fine.
Is that okay with everybody? Okay. I'll make a notation of that. So next budget,
And then that, and then at that one, we're gonna vote on the proposed tax rate, or we wanna vote on that today?
well, it's not on the vote on it today.
We have to
Oh, it is. I'm sorry.
consider that.
Okay, it is on there.
Yeah,
Okay.
you can vote on it, yeah.
I say table that till the end, until we see those figures. Or see whatever we want.
Okay.
The
So,
other thing you do, I think, is still working pipeline, is you just do that workshop the next Monday and do the approvals to the follow. I think it's gonna have to do it.
It's like just got already put in the paper.
He's already posted.
Yeah. yeah, Yeah.
We weren't supposed to.
how about we go ahead and go with the Thursday at 3 p.m. budget workshop? And then we'll go with our tentative schedule for Monday, August 21st. That I read earlier. Does that sound good, everybody? Okay. Okay, so regarding considering on proposed tax rate, we're going to table that. I guess we need to make a motion on that.
I'll make a motion to table for,
Okay, Commissioner Head made a motion to consider on the number 5 to consider act on proposed tax rate for 2023 to table that for the later date.
I'll second
Second's been made by Commissioner Report. Any other discussion? All those in favor of tabling the proposed tax rate another date, later date, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
It really needs to be on Thursday's agenda.
What's
You probably only.
what? Okay, can I read this out?
Well, if it was sent while we were in court, then it's a court. Yeah.
Well, this came at 2 p.m. I'll read it. I guess y'all may have gotten the same one I got. It says, from Sheriff Hammonds, cut my equipment in half and waive my salary for the month of October.
Which we're not gonna do, because we're gonna have somebody in.
Yeah.
The office is not sure if that's how it works.
So I don't think we can do anything about that.
But I can cut the equipment.
Okay. So,
We can do that Thursday, or we need to do that now.
Well,
I'm gonna have the budget updated and give it to y'all as soon as.
He's saying cut his equipment.
how much was that equipment? Port
50 and that.
150?
It was.
but he's not gonna get the 2 cars that he asked for.
That's a decision y'all are gonna have to make. Are we gonna cut it or not? The person coming in the office is gonna have to live with their budget.
One of those first in two
Person coming
thousand
in.
thirteen.
Say that again.
Person coming in the office. If he runs or don't run again, he'll still be here past them.
Smaller than it's on shoulder.
That'll make sense.
So,
If he doesn't plan on being on,
yeah. no,
Yeah, we still got budget for the item.
somebody has to be shared, whether he said he is or not.
But the equipment,
He's already ordered 2 vehicles.
As far as I know, I don't think.
We approved
Yeah.
3 minutes too.
Yeah, we proved that back in the spring.
It's,
I think we need to leave everything as is. I think we need to leave everything as is.
I leave it.
Yeah, leave it alone. It's gonna get complicated trying to add, delete, change. I'd say we'll leave everything as is. Okay,
So the workshop meeting on Thursday is gonna have to be a special meeting
Yes,
because the workshop, you can't take it, you don't take action.
Yeah.
On anything.
okay,
So I just wanted to make sure.
Okay.
Read the agenda.
thank you for
Yes.
telling us. that.
well, yeah, it'll have to be a special meeting so that we can vote on the proposed tax budget,
Okay, you got it, Jackie?
not just a workshop.
Okay, thank you, Jackie. Okay. So we've already discussed, moving on. Number 6, discuss COLA for retirees. We've already discussed that. We're gonna get Ralph Wallace to come in here sometime, hopefully in 2 months, and see what we can do, if anything, for our retirees. Anything else need to be discussed on that?
See if it can come Thursday.
Are you telling me to be in the line and put the one-time payment in it, or do you all want me to do the surplus differently?
I think you create a line, that's what I think. Cause that gives us options to go directly after the deadline of this.
Right.
And
Full amount of-
147.
The figure I had, hang on, let me give you the exact figure. The figure I had, if a 3% cost of living was made to our retirees and beneficiaries, is not exactly but around $142,000. Yeah, 142,000 change, whatever it was.
143.
Okay. Let's see, let me find back to our agenda. Okay. Is that anything else we need to discuss on the COLA for retirees? Anything else? Hearing none, we're moving on. Number 7, commissioners' requests and reports. Commissioner Wright.
we've been just busy doing some road work since last Monday, so it's been hot and dry, but trying to do the best we can. I did meet with, Justin Reyes at TechStop and Brownwood Friday, and he gave us a good check mark on all the bridges and stuff, so we have 3 of them on, so that's all I have.
Okay, Commissioner Head,
We've been running the rock grinder.
is it dusty?
Oh, yeah, we've been making lots of dust.
I think it's dusty without rock.
Yeah, pretty damn dusty. All right, anything else? Commissioner Parton,
Trying to finish the Petro over at Pretty. Hopefully they got it finished today while I was in here. Gonna start emo, it's dry and everything else, gonna start hauling some spots on some rough spots, hopefully tomorrow.
okay, Commissioner Williams,
Hauling material, from, the county road, 536. Takes a long time. We got about 4 loads a day, getting us to drive that for a while. Had several fallen trees last week. And big trees, limbs coming out of them. I guess they're climbing up and a little bit of wind has gotten that, and boy, that's been hot work there. Could be the dust setting on them, yeah.
That's
Could be
what
weight.
we did Friday, was cut tree limbs that had fallen out there.
Yeah,
yeah, a lot of trees are dying.
and I've got several issues of live oak wilt trees that are on the county road that I'm gonna have to deal with, and lost a bunch of limbs too. Just to, catch y'all up on the Ridge Schoolhouse, there is a guy doing the survey on it already. So we hopefully to have that in the next couple of meetings. I don't know if we'll have it by Monday. That is being done. And to let you know, we're gonna have, some subdivision stuff. We're gonna have to look at our handbook on our rules and regulations on subdivisions. Because some of that has changed from the legislator. And those legislation changes take effect on September 1. So I don't know if we're gonna get that on the agenda to be talking about that. Gerald's gonna have to look at some of this and make sure it's correct.
Yeah,
I talked to Bobby Roundtree and he thinks that we're gonna have to make a few things. It's basically on those flag lots. I know we put on there that the flag lots had to be 125 foot across, so they wouldn't just do little bitty ones. And the way that sounds, the way the new law states is that we can't even do that anymore. You can't put a minimum or a maximum on that, so. Those two things will be hitting our desk pretty soon. The other thing is, I talked to TxDOT about that material out there, and Carlos is supposed to let us know something this week on the material out there on 16. Once we get approved of that, then we can start hauling that and get it up to the EMS building. And everybody can, I think we can, if we all got together, we can do it in a couple days and be done with that. That's it on my report.
county judge's report, number 8. I've got nothing basically. We're trying to get through this budget process. Good luck to us all. And we'll see everybody Thursday at 3 p.m. Number 9, adjournment. Commissioner Wright. Motion been made by Commissioner Wright, second by me. All those in favor of adjourning, say aye. Meeting adjourned.
What it's a journey.